Hey everyone. Hey Bree. How you doing? Hope everyone's doing okay today. So we're about to have some fun today, or at least somewhat. Because in life you have to be a little mischievous. Mischief. A little bit of splash of mischief is always a good thing. I'm doing pretty good, thank you.
Those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. And now you do what they told ya. 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 Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. And now you do what they told ya. 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 Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Come on! Yeah, come on! do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
To the Bail Project, and you can read more about that organization below. We thought that it would be a cool idea to create a challenge here in the music community to get more eyes on Black Lives Matter. So,
yes,
we're going to nominate 3 artists to cover the song and hope that they do the same. We nominate our friends Violet Orlandi, First to 11, Lauren and Crazy 88, and anyone else that wants to help spread the message. We'll leave the link to our instrumental in the description below for anybody that wants to use it. Please just make sure you credit us somewhere in your video or description. Let's get this song circulating by labeling your video Killing in the Name Challenge. Make the message heard to help end police brutality and systemic racism.
I love it. And Allison is definitely an awesome band that have, I believe, not yet been signed. So therefore, there's no copyright. And because it's a cover, it's not copyright. And I'm pretty sure someone, when I upload this to YouTube, is gonna try and claim copyright when they have no copyright claim to it, other than just trying to get every measly penny out of anything they can. Greedy fuckers. So, pizza. Pizza. Do you remember that video yesterday or the day before I did? Yeah, exactly. About the homeless Lakota and Dakota people down in the States. Yeah, Trump 2020. Trump lost, dude. Sorry, man. Hate to break it to you. Trump lost. Oh, okay. Well, it was a documentary video about some of my people that are homeless down in the States, living in like a little yeah. He lost. Bye. Yeah. It was a video done on a homeless wall camp, kind of like a tent city. And this morning when I checked out my YouTube after posting it from my last stream, someone had placed a copyright on it that has nothing to do with the person that was filming it, and is not even a native nation or part of my tribe, but they claim copyright to it. Oh yeah, they're just be dinging copyright for everything. It's like, oh look, this one's not making any money off of it, so let's all ding copyright on everything that they post or put into their stream, and then we can just, make the money off of the ads, because they're not getting it. Yeah, it's too easy to use IP to stop stuff. instead of starting new stuff. Yeah. Like literally, you're gonna copyright um, a documentary on my own tribe and some of the homeless issues that are happening with it. And then when I showcase it on my stream as an education and to show what some of my people have gone through or are going through, all of a sudden you're going to come along and copyright. Like, you own indigenous culture, you own indigenous people, you own the copyright of us. You big corporation who thinks you all of a sudden bought us out and that you own the copyright to indigenous music, indigenous culture, and indigenous people? I don't fucking think so. But YouTube doesn't really investigate the copyright claims. Nana Paisley is a movie maker on YouTube who makes free feature-length movies about epics using IP music. She claims the right to. She says it's the best intellectual property is brain damage. Yeah. Yeah. It makes me shake my head. It's like literally there's like this little small group of them that literally watch for any streams and every stream. And YouTube does nothing to investigate what their copyright claims are. They just automatically do it when someone claims copyright on it in YouTube. They don't actually look into it. Yeah. They don't actually take a look into it. They just go, oh well, someone claimed copyright, so your video's not blocked, it's not muted, but all the ad revenue from your video for the whole entire video. So if I do like a 5-hour stream and then put that my 5-hour stream up on YouTube, that one little maybe 4 minutes or 3 minutes or however long entitles them to all the ad revenue for my whole entire stream. Like, what the fuck? And there's no, they don't even, they make it harder for you to fight against the copyright claim than for these people to put the copyright claim on you. And it's like, wow. Really? Yeah, no process, no care. Lame. So I'm just deciding, fuck it. You know? We're gonna do stuff like this.
How the bells, sweet silver bells, all seem to say, throw cares away. Christmas is here, bringing good cheer to young and old, meek and the bold. Ding dong, that is the song with joyful ring, all caroling. One seems to hear words of good cheer from everywhere, filling the air. Oh, how they found, raising the sound, all here in Dale, telling the tale. Ring, ring, all people sing songs of good cheer. Christmas is here, merry, 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 merry Christmas, merry, 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 merry Christmas. On they set, on without end, their joyful tone to every home. Christmas is here.
friends, thank you so much to Daria for being on this song with us. I'm going to be on a cover on their channel of Santa is Back in Town. That will be up very soon, and I will update the little thingy down below as soon as it's live. Last chance to get your Halocene Holidays merch in time for the holidays. We have all kinds of colors and styles, so get them while you still can. Lastly, our Christmas album, Halocene Holidays, is finally out, so please go and check it out on Spotify, iTunes, and anywhere digital music.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Yeah, pizza. Yeah, exactly. They literally stole the medicine, or the medicine and the idea from us indigenous people, turned it into a profit, chemically altered it, and what do they call it? When they manufacture it, but it's like not the actual medicine. So basically, I forget what the name they call it. So basically, doing that so that technically in a court of law, the court will go, well, clearly these are two different things, even though they may originally may have stolen the intellectual property of indigenous people, but then they go back to, once again, using their infamous doctrine of discovery, which claims that only white European ethno Christian Judaism white landowners can claim and own anything, and all other races fall short, including women, regardless of whether they're white or not. Well, Willow Bark has been globally known for a long time. It isn't exclusive to Turtle Islanders. They stole it from anyone. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like Ireland and Scotland have willow. I think there's some willow in England too, isn't it? I think acid is the chemical. Yeah. Ancient Samaritans used it, yeah. It's just so weird. It's so fucked up. Yeah, literally. Indigenous peoples did come up with it on their own, definitely. Yeah. It wasn't like some white person came along and went, oh, hey, look at this. Look at this medicine that grows on your land freely. Well, did you know that it's this? No, we already knew of it long before colonial people came over. Before Columbus got lost at sea. Like the idiot that he is, that already sunk a couple of ships that he had prior to that. But let's celebrate an idiot. There's a lot of different shit that goes on. I just shake my head at. And these companies do it because they know places like YouTube doesn't actually do research on when they do a copyright claim. They don't actually do any research on it. They just accept it and automatically ding you with it. And those companies know that it's extremely hard for you to fight back because YouTube makes it hard for you to fight back. And then they know that like small streamers like me, or indigenous people, most of us can't afford the lawyers that it would cost to take it to court to fight them in court. So they just do it and essentially steal money from people to gain their own profit and go, ha ha ha. And my dude, no, it's much worse. Mickey Mouse has put North America into IP hell. As long as IP is renewed occasionally, it never goes away. Yeah, exactly. That's just so sad. Lame.
to break free. I want to break free. I want to break free from your lies. You're so self-satisfied. I need you. I've got to break free. God knows I want to break free. I've fallen in love. I've fallen in love for the first time. This time I know
Thank you for another tier one sub, Mama M. Awesome, awesome. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. Awesome. You are awesome. Everyone loves Mama.
Anybody find me somebody to love? Ooh, each morning I get up, I die a little. Can barely stand on my feet. Take a look in the mirror and cry. Lord, what you doing to me? I've spent all my years in believing you, but I just can't get no relief. Lord, somebody, ooh, somebody. Can anybody find me somebody to love? Yeah. I work hard every day of my life. I worked like my bones. At the end of the day, I take home my heart and pay all of my own. I get down on my knees and I start to pray till the tears run down from my eyes. Lord, somebody, with somebody, can anybody find me somebody to love? He works every day. I try and I try and I try, but everybody wants to put me down. They say I'm going crazy. They say I got a lot of water in my brain. I got no common sense. I got nobody left to I just keep losing my beat. I'm okay, I'm alright. He's alright, I ain't gonna face no defeat. I just gotta get out of this prison cell. Someday I'm gonna be free. Find me somebody to love. 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 Find me somebody, find me somebody to love.
guys, thanks for watching our cover of Somebody to Love by Queen, featuring our friends Violet, Lauren, and Addie from Halcyon. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this song with us, and make sure you guys all subscribe to their channels. They're linked in the description below. Also, don't forget to check out our cover of Bohemian Rhapsody on Halcyon's channel, and thank you guys so much for watching.
So, just to be fair, and because out of respect for these young artists that aren't signed yet, so therefore, no company can claim copyright. First to 11, Violet Orlandi, Halcyon, and Lauren Babic on YouTube are their channels. If you enjoyed their music and music style so far, I hope you go and subscribe to them on YouTube and, you know, check out more of their covers and music and so forth. You know, let's support up and coming artists and, you know, share the love, right? Considering that all of these ladies and their bands all support the Black Lives Movement, as well as other people of color movements, and they all have the philosophy and belief in making a fairer world for all of us. So I'm sure we can support them as well, right? If they're willing to support us, we can support them. It's a mutual, you know, give and take. Hey, Rye. Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning, sunshine.
Christmas time is coming, baby. No. Oh, it's Christmas time, pretty baby. The snow is falling on the ground. Oh, it's Christmas time, pretty baby. And the snow is falling down. Well, you'll be a real good Santa Claus is back in town. Gonna stay with Randy. No psycho man. You can't see me coming. It'll be like Christmas time, pretty baby. The snow is falling on the ground. Well, you'll be a real good Santa Claus is back in town.
Ho, 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 ho! Merry Christmas!
Thank you so much for watching, and thanks Eddie for singing it with me. Check another Christmas special that we did together with Halisane by clicking the link. And I want to thank all of our listeners all over the world for staying with us in 2020, for all your love and support, and happy holidays. Cheers!
So that's by Shirish and Zabayaki and Allison. Wow, I wish I could sing like that. It's so lovely. I know, right? Okay, let's see if we can find that video for pizza from the other day. Here it is. The wall. And of course, it has to reload on top of reload. What else is new? Hey! Amory's, welcome. I'm good, thank you. Pizza. This is the link to that homeless video that you asked for. And Daria Ziskia. Daria is the brunette that was singing. She's got a really good voice. Like, massively good voice. So yeah, even apparently TED Talk now, TEDx is claiming copyright, even though it's a free usage and not supposed to have any copyright claims against people, but apparently they're doing that too. It's really messed up. It's like, oh, well, we have to gain all. Oh, you're a channel that doesn't make any money on a profit off of your videos on YouTube? Damn. Well, we have to make some form of the profit. So we'll copyright it and claim your whole entire stream worth of any ads that are on it, the money that comes from the ads. Well, we got to claim that for the whole entire stream time, for like 4 minutes or under of that video time. So messed up. And they're even trying to do it on the backs of poor people. Hey, Momo. Not a problem. Here, Randy. I've been practicing ukulele and singing more frequently recently. And only just a few days ago remembered that should be doing vocal warm-up exercises, and they help a bunch. There are loads of videos that would help you on YouTube if you're interested. Okay. Momo, how you doing, Momo? Did you get a good night rest?
burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. Now you do what they told ya. And 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 now you do what they told ya. But now you do what they told ya. But now you do what they told ya. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those that died by wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those that died by wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. Now you do what they told ya. And 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 now you do what they told ya. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those that died by wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those that died by wearing the badge.
watching our cover of Killing in the Name by Rage Against the Machine. Huge thank you to Halcyon for nominating us for the Killing in the Name challenge to support Black Lives Matter.
Don't forget you can find all our covers on Spotify and iTunes, and check out our original music on Spotify, iTunes, and a playlist right here on YouTube.
Remember to check out our website, first211.com. You can find physical copies of all of our cover CDs, as well as t-shirts and sweaters.
So that's what we're looking at, is that they're doing a challenge right now to different people and groups for doing their rendition or cover of Killing in the Name from Rage Against the Machine in regards to and help support for Black Lives Matter. So that was, we watched the very first one from Halcyon earlier in the beginning of the program. This was the second one. This is the third one.
Are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that burn forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Fuck! Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. Now you do what they told ya. 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 And now you do what they told ya. And now you do what they told ya. And now you do what they told ya. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones who justify. Those that died by wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Justify. Those that died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Fuck! Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. Now you do what they told ya. And now you do what they told ya. Now you do what they told ya. And 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 now you do what they told ya. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Justify. Those that died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Justify. Those that died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Come on. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Motherfucker. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
So that was Lauren Babic. You can find her on YouTube, on her channel on YouTube. And Sean, since you probably missed the very first one, I am going to do something that I normally don't do. And I am going to replay the very first one of it that started this whole extravaganza off. Just for you, bro.
That work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. And now you do what they told ya. 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 Those who died are justified for wearing the badge that it chose me white. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge that it chose me white. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge that it chose me white. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge that it chose me white. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. And now you do what they told ya. 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 And now you do what they told ya.
Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. Then it shows you what you're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. Then it shows you what. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. Then it shows you what you're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. Then it shows you what. Come on! Yeah, come on!
You won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
Proceeds from this video will be going to the Bail Project, and you can read more about that organization below. We thought that it would be a cool idea to create a challenge here in the music community to get more eyes on Black Lives Matter. So, we're going to nominate 3 artists to cover the song and hope that they do the same. We nominate our friends Violet Orlandi, First to 11, Lauren and Crazy 88, and anyone else that wants to help spread the message. We'll leave the link to our instrumental in the description below for anybody that wants to use it. Please just make sure you credit us somewhere in your video or description. Let's get this song circulating by labeling your video Killing in the Name Challenge. Make the message heard to help end police brutality and systemic racism.
So that's the one that started it, bro. Holocene. And you know, Sean, you might be right, bro. You might be right. I mean, a lot of these bands that are coming up, especially ones like these, a lot of these older bands like Rage Against the Machine and stuff like that, you know, they may have met them, gone to concerts and stuff like that. So yeah, in 2009 this song was the Christmas #1 in the UK as a protest against manufactured pop music, like the winners of the X Factor are usually winning. Yeah, also I reckon you're right. Yeah, see, these bands that like Rage Against the Machine and everything literally hated corporations and were completely against it all, and I'm pretty sure are just sitting back in shame when these corporations try and do all their copyright and shit. Breathe. Be spree. Be spree. Is that why you say it? Be spree? If I got it right? Yeah. I miss the 90s in so many ways, especially when it comes to music. Yeah, no doubt, right? Okay, good. Good beat. Cool. Excuse me. So this is going out to all my more wilder side. Oh, come on.
I can wait for Christmas time when I can roll you in the hay. Jingle bells, jingle bells, oh, jingle all the way. I can wait for Christmas time when I can roll you in the hay. Easy come, easy go. Have a good time when I don't know. Slipping up high, sailing down low. Loving and living, oh, in the show, yeah. Listen, baby, I like female form and a minimum dress. Wanting to smell the capital S. Got a day with a woman in the red. Wanna be in heaven with three of it, yeah. He got it, I want it. They got it, and I can have it. I want it, but it don't matter. She got it, and I can get it. I wanna be stressed for Christmas. I wanna be stressed for Christmas. Easy come, easy go. Sleeping high, sleeping low, yeah. He got it, I want it. They got it, and I can get it. I want it, and it don't matter. She got it, and I can get it. He got it, and I want it. They got it, and I can get it. I want it, and it don't matter. She got it, and I can get it. Be stressed for Christmas. You know what I'm talking about, yeah. I wanna be stressed for Christmas. They gotta set me down, set me down. Be stressed for Christmas. I wanna put on everywhere in the power in my bed. Be stressed for Christmas. I wanna ride on your every honey, and I really love it.
Yeah, it's some bands I have not heard of, either because I was in jail or I was living on a reservation and was mostly doing ceremonial things and learning my culture, my heritage, and in training, and had no time to check out new music and stuff like that. Yeah, Embody, her voice is incredible. That's Daria Zarashkia. Can't pronounce her last name. Sorry, Daria. I don't mean to mispronounce your last name if you happen to end up watching my YouTube video later. Here, let's see. Embody, I'm gonna pick one for you that I think might help you to understand her depth. Yes, this is Daria. So Embody, that's some of her power chords. Let me see if I can find one more thing. Yes, here.
close my eyes, only for a moment, and the moment's gone. All my dreams pass before my eyes, the curiosity, dust in the wind. All they are is dust in the wind. Same old songs, just a drop of water in an endless sea. All we do crumbles to the ground that we refuse to see. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind.
Hopefully, Max, you can show this to your brother and his group, and Carrie, and hopefully something really positive will come out of that for them. And in body, yeah, that's the mix of her power range vocally. Like, wow. Good, Max. I really think her first name is Daria. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's that Zaraskaya. Hey, Sam. Welcome in, Sam. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but it's the Z last name on the name of the band. But her first name is Daria. And wow, dude. Wow. Embody, what do you think so far? ITC Wichita? Oh, that must not be for me. Body, I hope that just blew your mind on how well she can sing. So we're gonna watch some more Holocene.
Hello, friends, and happy holidays! We are so excited to announce that our Christmas album, Holocene Holidays, is coming out December 1st, and you can get it on Spotify, iTunes, and anywhere digital music is sold. You can also get your Holocene Holidays merch. We have different styles of shirts and all kinds of colors and sizes available, so go and check that out below. See you next time.
So that was Holocene, once again. Oh, and nasty. Really, dude? You got nothing better to do than to, like, troll? And not even intelligent troll? Let's see.
Hello, scene.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright round your virgin mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace. Silent night, holy night, shepherds quake at the sight, glory stream from heaven wide, heavenly hosts sing hallelujah. Christ the Savior is born. Christ the Savior is born. Silent night, holy night, Son of God, love's pure light, radiant beams from thy holy face. With the dawn of redeeming grace, Jesus, Lord, at thy birth, Jesus, Lord, at thy birth. Huge.
So you don't have to believe. Let me be clear on some things. You don't have to believe in Christianity or whatever religion or whatever. You don't even have to like any of that. But as a human being, you can appreciate music and the good vibe, the good feeling, and how well it's sung and done. That's a human being, to be able to appreciate it if you're looking for some place that's just all about women are bitches and whores, and I need to smack my trick and yada 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 kind of shit. That's not here. That ain't where this gangster life leads. That's not even real gangster life. Life force for me, totally all juniors, yeah. See, that's not even gangster, man. That's big corporation music business gangster. That's not even real. It's just a sellable market image and music that's pumped out. If you look at like rap history, there wasn't a whole lot of that shit in the beginning. And then the big corporate white man decided that he was going to put this in there. And if you really look at who really listens to that, it's usually rich white kids from suburbia. So yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, this ought to be interesting.
I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. I don't care about the presents underneath the Christmas tree. I just want you for my own, more than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas
it was going to be interesting. I just knew it. I had that feeling. It was going to have a spice on it. I knew it. I just couldn't help it. It was just like a feeling. I knew it was going to be that. Let me see. Oh wait, you know I gotta think about where is it? Oh yeah. You know we gotta do it.
How can you see into my eyes like open doors, leading you down into my core, where I become so numb without a soul. My spirit's sleeping somewhere cool until you find it there and lead it back home. Wake me up inside, wake me up inside, call my name and save me from the dark. Paint my blood to run before I come undone. Save me from the nothing I've become. Now that I know what I'm without, you can't just leave me. Breathe into me and make me real. Bring me to life. Wake me up inside, wake me up inside, call my name and save me from the dark. Paint my blood to run
There is definitely mask one more that I need to. That's wait if I can find it. You'll see what I'm talking about if I can find it. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Do I really? Okay, where are you? Come on, where are you? Here we are. Not yet either on that one.
I wanted you to know that I love the way you laugh. I wanna hold you high and steal your pain away. I keep your photograph, and I know it serves me well. I wanna hold you high and steal your pain, because I'm broken when I'm lonesome, and I don't feel right when you're gone away. You've gone away, you don't feel me here anymore.
The worst is over now, and we can breathe again. I wanna hold you high and steal my pain away. There's so much left to learn, and no one left to find. I wanna hold you
you don't feel me anymore.
Okay, if that doesn't do it quite for you, hang on. Let me see there. Where is she?
I'm so tired of being here, suppressed by all my childish fears. And if you have to leave, I wish that you would just leave. Your presence still lingers here, and it won't leave me alone. These wounds won't seem to heal. This pain is just too real. There's just too much that time cannot erase. When you cried, I'd wipe away all of your tears. When you scream, I'd fight away all of your fears. And I'd held your hand through all of these years, but you still all of me. You used to captivate me by your resonating light. Now I'm bound by the life you left behind. Your face, it haunts my once pleasant dreams. Your voice, it chased away all of the sanity in me. These wounds won't seem to heal. This pain is just too real. There's just too much that time cannot erase. When you cried, I'd wipe away all of your tears. When you'd scream, I'd fight away all of your fears. And I held your hand through all of these years, but you still all of me. I've tried so hard to tell myself that you're gone, but though you're still with me, I've been alone When you'd cried, I'd wipe away all of your tears. When you'd scream, I'd fight away all of your fears. And I held your hand through all of these years, but you're still all of me.
She got some range and voice on her, for sure, without a doubt. Like, wow. Which is probably why she does a whole lot of Evanescence covers, but she does like do like Linkin Park, System of the Down, and other different covers. But she has like really good vocals. Like, I'm pretty sure she could probably sit there in concert with Amy and like literally hold her ground. Literally, like to be able to hold her ground right there on the floor with Amy without a problem. Like, yeah. That young lady has skills. Now let me see if I can find one more that I want to show you guys. Nope. I know what I'm going to do. Instead of sitting there taking forever, yes. So what I want to show you guys, this is the next generation.
You know he's clean. Oh, don't you see what I mean? Gotta get away. Holy diver. Yeah. Got shiny diamonds like the eyes of the captain of black and blue. Something is coming for you. For the morning, you can hide in the sun till you see the light. Oh, we will pray it's alright. Gotta get away, get away. Between the velvet lies, there's a truth that's hard as steel, yeah. The vision never dies. Life's a never-ending wheel. Say, holy diver, you're the star of the masquerade. No need to look so afraid. Jump, jump, jump on a tiger. You can feel his heart, but you know he's mean. Someone like him.
first things, let me explain. The drummer and the guitarist for them are both like just barely in their 20s. The lead singer is like, I think, 16. And then the other two little boys are like barely entering into their teens. They're all brothers and sisters. They are the next generation of the Partridge Family for us older folks. For those of us who remember the Partridge Family. But that's the next generation of rockers. Like, they got some skills. And you said, Mask wants me to do a reaction take on Tonight We Ride. Is it the cover? Second down. These guys. All right. Let's see how we go. We are doing a reaction to this video. that was Unleash the Archers, Tonight We Ride. First things first, I love the Mad Max retrofit to it. Definitely suits the video and the song. I would say it has very much a strong hint of like opera gone speed metal, which is really cool. And I think when someone could easily get into like doing opera, but uses it for like rock and roll or speed metal, that's totally awesome. They got some really strong, good vocals. I would have to give this the indigenous, as you all see, support and thumbs up, and even a subscribe. They did a good job. Love it. It's really good. So if anyone happens to, from Napalm Records or Unleash the Archers, happen to come across this video on YouTube when it shows up on YouTube later, you guys did an awesome job. You made a fan out of me. And yeah, much love and respect. For real. Oh, if they're out of Canada, even better. If they're out of Canada, they better be sending me some tickets to their shows, backstage passes, all the works. So, yeah, well, my kiddo earned some computer time, so I have to make good on it. He's getting mad at me. I'm still on. I'm glad I could link you up with today. No problem, Mask. Honored to have you here. Hopefully, you can be back sometime as well again and catch me. I will be here streaming New Year or Christmas Eve and Christmas Day to celebrate that, or to be here for those of you lonely fuckers that are stuck home alone on Christmas. You have a blessed day as well, Mask. So if you're one of us, one of us that are them lonely fuckers stuck at home alone on Christmas, I got you. La Sue has your back. I will be here Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. And no, I won't be doing one of these streams that you'll probably see a lot of people doing their, oh, I need to open up all my presents I got. Look at all these presents. Well, so many of us are sitting there going, wow, fuck. I wish I'd even get one present. A card even. Or even a phone call saying, hi. So yeah, I don't know. Don't know what's gonna happen Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. We might have call-ins. We might have all kinds of things. Who knows? But we will definitely, for those of us that show up and come join me on my stream or in my stream, we will most definitely be going through that time of year together. Solidarity. For real. So let's see. What else are we going to look at today? You can't even do TikTok anymore. They try and like give you some stupid DMC because United States has an issue with China. It's so sad.
That turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin'. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frogs. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. Place point.
Like, oh my god, like that's fucking hilarious, dude. Like seriously, that guy is ain't nothing wrong with gay frogs. Exactly, we all know that, but it's just hilarious to watch this guy and his fucking bullshit. It's fucking hilarious. That's why it's like made so many different memes out of that guy. Here.
About America, land of the free, home of the brave. We got some dumbass motherfuckers floating around this country. Dumbass motherfuckers, you know? Yeah. Now, obviously, that doesn't include this audience. I understand that. You seem intelligent and perceptive, but the rest of them, holy jumping fucking shitballs. Dumber than a second coat of paint. And this ain't just ranting and raving. This ain't just blowing off steam. I got a little evidence to support my claim. It just seems to me, that only a really low IQ population could have taken this beautiful continent, this magnificent American landscape that we inherited. Well, actually, we stole it from the Mexicans and the Indians, but hey, it was nice when we stole it. It looked pretty good. It was pristine. Paradise. Have you seen it lately? Have you taken a good look at it lately? It's fucking embarrassing. Only a nation of unenlightened half-wits could have taken this beautiful place and turned it into what it is today, a shopping mall. A big fucking shopping mall. You know that? That's all you got. That's all you've got here, folks. Mile after mile of mall after mall. Many, many malls. Major malls and mini malls. They put the mini malls in between the major malls. And in between the mini malls, they put the mini marts. And in between the mini marts, you got the car lots, gas stations, muffler shops, laundromats, cheap hotels, fast food joints, strip clubs, and dirty bookstores. America the Beautiful. One big transcontinental commercial cesspool. And how do the people feel about all this? How do the people feel about living in a coast-to-coast shopping mall? Well, they think it's just fucking dandy. They think it is cool as can be because Americans love the mall. They love the mall. That's where they get to satisfy their two most prominent addictions at the same time: shopping and eating. Millions of semi-conscious Americans, day after day, shuffling through the malls, shopping and eating, especially eating. Americans love to eat. They are fatally attracted to the slow death of fast food. Hot dogs, corn dogs, triple bacon cheeseburgers, deep fried butter dipped in pork fat and cheese whiz, mayonnaise soaked barbecued mozzarella patty melts. Americans will eat anything. If you were selling sauteed raccoons' assholes on a stick, Americans would buy them and eat them, especially if you dipped them in butter and put a little salsa on them. This country is big time, pig time. Forget the bald eagle. You know what the national emblem of this country ought to be? A big bowl of macaroni and cheese. A big bowl, because everything in this country is king size. King size, extra large, and super jumbo. Especially the fucking people. Have you seen some of the people in this country? Have you taken a good look at some of these big fat motherfuckers walking around? Big fat motherfuckers. Oh my God. Huge piles of redundant protoplasm lumbering through the malls like a fleet of interstate buses. The people in this country are immense, massive bellies, monstrous thighs, and big fat fucking asses. And if you stand there for a minute and you look at one of them, you begin to wonder, how does this woman take a shit? How does she shit? And even more frightening, how does she wipe her ass? Can she even locate her asshole? She must require assistance. Are paramedics trained in this field? And standing right next to her, of course, with a plate full of nachos and a mouthful of pie, is her clueless fucking husband, Joe Sixpack. With his monstrous swollen beer belly hanging dangerously out over his belt buckle, this guy ain't seen his dick since the Nixon administration. And if you stand there and you look at the two of them, you begin to wonder to yourself, do these people fuck? Is this man actually capable of fucking this woman? It doesn't seem structurally possible that these two people could achieve penetration. Maybe they're in that Cirque du Soleil or something. Telling you, the people in this country, every one of them is 50 pounds overweight. They are gargantuan. And
good old Carlin, man. George Carlin. Rest in peace. Oh, here's one for
customs. Swearing on the Bible. You understand that shit? They tell you to raise your right hand, place your left hand on the Bible. Does this stuff really matter? Which hand? Does God really give a fuck about details like this? Suppose you put your right hand on the Bible, you raise your left hand.
Thank you
Would
for
that
the
count?
sub, Zero Night.
Oh,
Thank you
God,
very
say,
much.
sorry,
Really
wrong
appreciate
hand,
it.
try again. And why does one hand have to be raised? What is the magic in this gesture? This seems like some sort of a primitive voodoo mojo shtick. Why not put your left hand on the Bible, let your right hand hang down by your side? It's more natural. Or put it in your pocket. Remember what your mother used to say? Don't put your hands in your pockets. Does she know something we don't know? Is this hand shit really important? Well, let's get back to the Bible, America's favorite national theatrical prop. Suppose the Bible they hand you to swear on is upside down, or backward, or both, and you swear to tell the truth on an upside down, backward Bible. Would that count? Suppose the Bible they hand you is an old Bible and half the pages are missing. Suppose all they have is a Chinese Bible in an American court, or a Braille Bible and you're not blind. Suppose they hand you an upside-down, backward Chinese Braille Bible with half the pages missing. At what point does all of this stuff just break down and become just a lot of stupid shit that somebody made up? They fucking made it up, folks. It's make-believe. It's make-believe. Now, all right. Okay. Let's leave the Bible aside. We'll get back to the science fiction reading later. The more important question is, what is the big deal about swearing to God in the first place? Why does swearing to God mean you're going to tell the truth? Wouldn't affect me. If they said to me, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God, I'd say, yeah. I'll tell you about as much truth as the people who wrote that fucking Bible. How do you like that? Huh? Swearing on the Bible doesn't mean anything. It's kid. Swearing to God is kid stuff. Did you remember when you were a kid? If you told another kid something he didn't quite believe, he'd say, "You swear to God?" I would always say, "Yeah, I swear to God," even if I was lying. Why not? What's going to happen if I lie? Nothing. Nothing happens if you lie. Unless you get caught, and that's a whole different story. Sometimes a kid would think he was being slick with me, and he'd say, "You swear on your mother's grave?" I'd say, "Yeah. Why not?" First of all, my mother was alive. She didn't even have a grave. Second of all, even if she was dead, what's she going to do? Rise from the grave and come and haunt me? Come and haunt me? All because I told a lie to an 8-year-old? Get fucking real, will you? Sometimes I would say, "I swear on my mother's tits." Kids are impressed with things like that. I mean, I don't care about my mother's tits either. I don't care if they fell off. Fuck her. Not my problem. They're your tits, Ma. You keep an eye on them. Swearing to God doesn't mean anything. Swearing on the Bible doesn't mean anything. You know why? Because Bible or no Bible, God or no God, if it suits their purposes, people are going to lie in court. The police do it all the time. All the time. Yes, they do. It's part of their job to protect, to serve, and to commit perjury whenever it supports the state's case. Swearing on the Bible is just one more way of controlling people and keeping them in line, and it's one more thing that holds us back as a species. Here's one more item for you, the last in our civics book, rights. Boy, everyone in this country is always running around yammering about their fucking rights. I have a right, you have no right, we have a right, they don't have a right. Folks, I hate to spoil your fun, but there's no such thing as rights, okay? They're imaginary. We made them up, like the boogeyman. The Three Little Pigs, Pinocchio, Mother Goose, shit like that. Rights are an idea. They're just imaginary. They're a cute idea. Cute. But that's all. Cute and fictional. But if you think you do have rights, let me ask you this. Where do they come from? People say, well, they come from God. They're God-given rights. Oh, fuck. Here we go again. Here we go again. The God excuse. The last refuge of a man with no answers and no argument. It came from God. Anything we can't describe must have come from God. Personally, folks, I believe that if your rights came from God, He would have given you the right to some food every day, and He would have given you the right to a roof over your head. God would have been looking out for you. God would have been looking out for you. You know that? He wouldn't have been worried about making sure you have a gun so you get drunk on Sunday night and kill your girlfriend's parents. But let's say it's true. Let's say God gave us these rights. Why would He give us a certain number of rights? The Bill of Rights in this country has 10 stipulations, okay? 10 rights. And apparently God was doing sloppy work that week because we've had to amend the Bill of Rights an additional 17 times. So God forgot a couple of things like slavery. Just fucking slipped his mind. But let's say God gave us the original 10. He gave the British 13. The British Bill of Rights has 13 stipulations. The Germans have 29. The Belgians have 25. The Swedish have only 6. And some people in the world have no rights at all. What kind of a fucking goddamn God-given deal is that? No rights at all? Why would God give different people in different countries different numbers of different rights? Boredom? Amusement? Bad arithmetic? Do we find out at long last, after all this time, that God is weak in math skills? Doesn't sound like divine planning to me. Sounds more like human planning. Sounds more like one group trying to control another group. In other words, business as usual in America. Now, if you think you do have rights, one last assignment for you. Next time you're at the computer, get on the internet, go to Wikipedia. When you get to Wikipedia, in the search field for Wikipedia, I want you to type in Japanese Americans 1942, and you'll find out all about your precious fucking rights, okay? All right. You know about it. You know about it. Yeah. In 1942, there were 110,000 Japanese American citizens and good standing, law-abiding people who were thrown into internment camps simply because their parents were born in the wrong country. That's all they did wrong. They had no right to a lawyer, no right to a fair trial, no right to a jury of their peers, no right to due process of any kind. The only right they had, right this way, into the internment camps. Just when these American citizens needed their rights the most, their government took them away. And rights aren't rights if someone can take them away. They're privileges. That's all we've ever had in this country is a bill of temporary privileges. And if you read the news even badly, you know that every year the list gets shorter and shorter and shorter. You see how sooner or later? Yeah. Sooner or later, the people in this country are going to realize the government does not give a fuck about them. Government doesn't care about you or your children or your rights or your welfare or your safety. It simply doesn't give a fuck about you. It's interested in its own power. That's the only thing, keeping it and expanding it wherever possible. Personally, when it comes to rights, I think one of two things is true. I think either we have unlimited rights or we have no rights at all. Personally, I lean toward unlimited rights. I feel, for instance, I have the right to do anything I please. But if I do something you don't like, I think you have the right to kill me. So where are you going to find a fairer fucking deal than that? So the next time some asshole says to you, I have a right to my opinion, you say, oh yeah? Well, I have a right to my opinion, and my opinion is you have no right to your opinion. Then shoot the fuck and walk away. Thank you.
Awesome, 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 awesome. So let's see, you have no rights. Let's watch some news.
It's traumatizing growing up without drinking from the tap. It's really traumatizing, and like all our youth, like they're gonna grow up scared to drink from the tap.
Tonight, Nescantaga residents return home. Boil water advisory still in place.
Indigenous people often take to the courts when they feel like the government is not negotiating with them in good faith.
Breaking down how much Ottawa spends fighting First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in court.
As to what exactly caused his death, we do not know.
And an Alberta family wants answers in Xander Jackson's death after 2 men are charged with second-degree murder. Good evening. Welcome to APTN National News. I'm Melissa Ridgen. The Oji Cree community of Neskantaga returned home over the weekend after being evacuated nearly 2 months ago due to forced shutdown of the water treatment plant. But the 250 plus members are not returning to clean water, and so continues the Northwestern Ontario community's battle to end a decades-long boil water advisory. But as Brittany Hobson shows us, the latest evacuation has members cautiously optimistic that things are going to change for the better.
How excited are you?
Very excited. It's all cheers and warm greetings as members from Neskantaga First Nation make their long-awaited return home. The community has been staying in Thunder Bay for the past 2 months after a forced shutdown of their water treatment plant due to an unknown oily substance appearing on top of their reservoir.
Really happy, very happy, and glad to be home.
Members are returning home to cleaner water than before, but it's still not safe enough to drink, so they will remain on a boil water advisory, which has been in place for 25 years and counting, the longest in the country.
I'm glad that it's clearer now, but why is it taking so long for us to get off the boil water advisory?
At 23 years old, Charla Muñez has never been able to drink the water in Neskantaga. She says many don't understand the mental toll this has on members, especially youth.
It's traumatizing. Growing up without drinking from the tap, it's really traumatizing. And all our youth, they're gonna grow up scared to drink from the tap. It's exhausting to live like this. It's so exhausting. It's just extra work on us just to live a healthier life and be healthy.
It's been a long 8 weeks living out of hotel rooms, away from the comforts of their own homes. 24
Well, Uprising, thank you for your Prime sub, man. That's totally awesome. The reason why I like them is because it relatively beats Jeff Bezos. Because your Prime subscription just comes pretty much free as a part of your buying your Prime whatever thing, right? And then you get the Prime subscription that you get to use on any streamer here on Twitch. So it's basically beating, not even my Prime account on my family account. Nice. Yeah, beat Jeff Bezos. Right on, and I greatly appreciate that Prime subscription. That's totally awesome. Now let us get back to the news.
residents stayed behind to help take care of homes, including Derek Muñez.
And this one was really tough because we had to battle the cold and we had to battle feeding the animals and cutting wood.
Muñez is filled with mixed emotions seeing his family, his community, come back. He is part of a group who has been preparing for the safe return during the COVID-19 pandemic, which includes rigorous screening and community-wide isolation. Back in Thunder Bay, prior to boarding the planes, members had to get swabbed for the virus. They also had to go through a misting booth. If a COVID case got into the remote community, it could have devastating effects.
I'm really actually happy, glad that these protocols and steps are being taken place.
Right now, it's not clear when the advisory will be lifted. Chief Christopher Muñez says he hopes this will happen next year.
Having better water than what we had before is something that we can be happy about, but not to settle. Right? But we still have a lot of work to do. We still have to try to make sure that work towards lifting the boil water advisory.
But even when that day comes, it will take time to address years of living with a broken water system. The hardest part may be getting members to actually drink the water.
We need to work on the trauma that they faced over the 25 years, the mental health aspects. To start building that trust with our nation members to that we have clean drinking water.
For B. Munoz, it might not take much convincing. The 9-year-old has this one Christmas wish.
The only wish I wish for is probably getting clean water.
Brittany Hobson, ABTN National News.
Even before Justin Trudeau became Prime Minister, he promised to do things differently. That includes being less adversarial towards First Nations, Métis and Inuit. But since forming government 5 years ago, the Trudeau administration has spent tens of millions of dollars fighting Indigenous court battles, the majority against First Nations communities. APTN reporter Brett Forrester has been gathering these figures, and he joins us from Ottawa to break them down. So, Brett, fascinating file to dig into. How much exactly are the Liberals spending on Indigenous legal claims?
So since taking power in 2015, the Liberal government has spent approximately $160 million fighting, defending, or otherwise working to resolve lawsuits that Indigenous people have brought against the Crown. Now that number represents about 50% of what the Department of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs spends on legal services in total. So to give you some perspective on that, in 2020, CERNAC has spent more on legal services than the RCMP, twice as much as the Department of National Defense, more than any other federal department aside from the CRA.
Why are those figures so high? I mean, that's an incredible amount of money.
Yeah, well, I think in many cases the fact of the matter is that the gavel is more powerful than the pen or the sword. Indigenous people often take to the courts when they feel like the government is not negotiating with them in good faith. And these lawsuits can often take decades to resolve. They go back centuries sometimes in terms of injustices that need to be addressed. And this has been consistent over the last decade. So over the last 10 years, under the regimes of both Stephen Harper and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, the federal government spends about $30 million per year consistently. And in fact, in the first 3 years under Justin Trudeau, the Liberal government actually spent $3 million more than Stephen Harper actively fighting Indigenous people in court.
So can you explain to us where specifically this got? I mean, we know the big amount of money, but more specifically, what is that money being spent on? Is it all to lawyers? Is it?
Yeah, so that money is primarily going to the Justice Department and the lawyers within the Justice Department. It's about 47% of that money gets spent on lawyers to actively litigate. The rest goes towards what they call advisory services. So there's a lot of complex things, negotiations, land claim settlements, self-government agreements that need to be lawyered before they can be resolved. So I've talked to some people who are engaged in some of these lawsuits, and they often, point to this as kind of the cost of colonialism. When negotiations don't move or don't move quickly or at all, lawsuits are going to be the result, and we're seeing that now.
Well, I guess it's not really news, I suppose, that there's a lot of money for people to make off the backs of Indigenous people, known as the Indian industry. What does the Prime Minister have to say when you put this to him about, the priority to spend this amount of money fighting with Indigenous people in court?
So I've reached out to the PMO for comment, and I've yet to receive a response today, but we're still pressing on that. Generally speaking, in communications, CERNAC insists that they prefer negotiation over litigation. However, the people I'm talking to on the ground indicate that that's not always the case, and it doesn't always play out that way. So with elections being called and possibly an election coming, we have a minority government, it's not always possible to secure a mandate. So it leaves people wondering what their options are, and it's likely that these court battles will continue.
What should people be watching for from your work in the coming days, Brett?
Well, right now what I'm going to do is pursue this issue further and try to get some response from the federal government. The issue here is back in 2015, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau attended the AFN General Assembly, and there he promised to renew the approach, to renew the nation-to-nation approach. He promised to reject the adversarial approaches of the past. But critics say when you look at the numbers that the federal government continues to spend litigating against Indigenous people in court, that's not really the case. So I'm going to pursue that moving forward.
I would point out, too, that Prime Minister said when he was running for the job in 2015, and he came right here into this studio and sat down with us and said, if I'm Prime Minister, I'll come back and have these discussions with you anytime. And it's 2020, and he's still not been back in here. So I guess we'll chalk that up to that. Brett, thanks so much. Great work that you're doing out there on this, and we'll stay tuned to see what comes of it.
Thank you.
You'll find Brett's full story on how much Trudeau has spent in court fighting Indigenous nations on aptnnews.ca. Well, we want to hear what you think about how much Ottawa spends in court fighting Indigenous communities at a time when they claim reconciliation is a priority. Tell us what you think. You can send your emails to news@aptn.ca. You can leave a comment on aptnnews.ca. You can also find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and now TikTok. Follow APTN News and join the conversation and see our latest stories. In October, 16-year-old Xander Jackson was found dead at the Goodfish Lake First Nation in Alberta. Now, 2 men have been charged with second-degree murder in connection with his death. Here's Chris Stewart with more.
Xander Jackson was just 16 years old when his life was taken away. His grandaunt, Carmel Crochild, says that Jackson was a good kid. He loved his family. He was getting involved with horse relays. Then things changed.
We had noticed that he had started to hang out with the ones that sell drugs on the reserve, and then there were rumors that he was selling for them.
Jackson's body was found on October 2nd. Crochild says the family still has not been told his cause of death by the RCMP.
We were told that Xander was assaulted. His body sustained injury. As to what exactly caused his death, we do not know.
Last week, RCMP charged 2 men with second-degree murder in Xander Jackson's death. 30-year-old Sean Steinhauer and 32-year-old Ryan Cardinal. On October 17th, the 2 made their first court appearance at the St. Paul Courthouse. About 20 family members and friends were there to have a vigil for Xander and to demand justice. Carmel Crochild says she has seen too many trials be unfair.
He wasn't an adult, so yes, we do need to speak up and ask for justice for Xander. We need to make sure that everybody from law enforcement all the way to the judge, crown prosecutor, whoever plays a role in from now until the sentences are delivered, that it be a fair trial, that the truth come out.
Crochild says the family will be back at the courthouse for every appearance of Steinhauer and Cardinal, with the hope that they will find the justice they want. Chris Stewart, APTN National News, Edmonton.
It's time for us to take a break, but still ahead, we head to Hollywood to catch up with a Dakota Ojibwe from Saskatchewan who's making a name for himself.
And they wanted to start to feature Indigenous, some Native American and First Nations talent, young people that are doing things, and they needed an Indigenous company to help, bring that to life.
And all this week, APTN's Indigenous Day Live Winter Solstice. Check it out.
Here, let's see.
Good afternoon. Welcome to a special edition of In Focus. I'm Melissa Ridgen. December 15th, today marks the 5-year anniversary of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's final report, put to all of Canada in the form of a very clear path forward to reconcile for the brutal legacy of residential schools on former students and the intergenerational trauma it continues to have on families and communities. But when the last of the sage burned out and the cameras turned off 5 years ago, what's happened? Today we are putting truth and reconciliation in focus. How is Canada living up to its commitment to implement the 94 calls to action? What have been the victories and the defeats? We are so fortunate to have all three commissioners here to dissect the past 5 years. And to kick things off, let's hear from them. A reminder that they spent 6 years traveling every corner of this country to gather stories from 6,500 witnesses. They hosted 7 national events across Canada to engage Canadians, to educate people about the history and legacy of residential schools, and to share and honor the survivors and their families' stories. All of that was the basis of 6 volumes of work culminating with the 94 calls to action. We begin with the former Chief Commissioner of the TRC, Murray Sinclair.
5 years ago today, I stood with the TRC commissioners to deliver a report and the 94 calls to action that we hoped would change the fabric of Canada forever and bring forward important changes in Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples. In the 5 years that have followed the TRC, Canada has begun to grapple with the history and ongoing impacts of residential schools, and there has been important and encouraging pockets of change and action towards reconciliation across the country. We've seen promising changes, like new curriculum and courses in schools and universities that teach the history of residential schools in Canada. We've seen individual organizations and institutions take it upon themselves to implement the calls to action and incorporate things like Indigenous cultural competency training into their practices. Although positive, these initiatives have not been consistently implemented across the country, and we've seen pushback from some provinces in fully committing to and supporting their implementation. Overall, the federal government has been slow in implementing the TRC's 94 calls to action. During the TRC closing ceremony, we acknowledged that reconciliation was going to be hard and that it would take a long time. We did not and do not expect change to happen overnight. It is, however, very concerning to us as commissioners that 5 years later, the federal government still does not have a tangible plan for how they will work towards implementing the calls to action, and progress is not being tracked by any one federal department. When the commission ended, we emphasized that 2 things were crucial to our findings and the implementation of the 94 calls to action. Those 2 things are the adoption and implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a framework for reconciliation, and the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation as an independent body to track and report progress on all aspects of Canada's path to reconciliation. Implementing the UN Declaration should be a priority for all Canadians. Reconciliation is not a partisan issue. This work is the responsibility of everybody. Reconciliation requires dedicated commitments that result in actions across provincial, territorial, and federal governments. It requires cooperation and collaboration between political parties. It is more than just consultations with Indigenous peoples and organizations. It is true partnership that creates change across all sectors. The slow progress in implementing the UN Declaration, indeed the resistance from some quarters, is just one example of how there is a need to restore Canada's sense of urgency and unity in working towards implementing the calls to action. Residential school survivors have waited too long to see change in this country. Many of the survivors whose stories and work made the TRC possible have now passed on without ever seeing the results of their labor. One of the main objectives of the TRC was to create a national memory of the history and ongoing impacts of residential schools in Canada. It is crucial that Canadians understand how residential schools forever altered the fabric of this country and its institutions. Canada must never forget what residential schools took from Indigenous communities and Indigenous peoples, and what was done to the most vulnerable of all of us, our children. To truly move forward, Canada must first have a deep collective understanding of this history that cannot be rewritten or erased by those that would rather forget it. We cannot get to reconciliation if we do not first grapple with and memorialize the truth. This work begins with education. The TRC final report provided Canada with a roadmap to address the history and ongoing impacts of residential schools, to tackle issues we continue to deal with today, like systemic discrimination and racism, to transform our institutions to be more equitable, just, and safe for our children. Read the final report and consider what you have the ability to take action on. We all have the power to make important changes in the places we live, the work we do, and the people we know and meet. That is the work of all Canadians. It is not too late for Canadians to commit to doing this work and redoubling their efforts to implement the calls to action. Canada owes it to residential school survivors to never forget what they heard. But more importantly, we owe it to our children and to our grandchildren, so that they can take what they have heard from them and from us and work towards creating a Canada that is more equitable and just for future generations. Thank you.
It's an emotional day for me. Today, the 5th anniversary of the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the product of many, many voices of survivors, many visits to communities across the country, many ceremonies to honor the survivors, the intergenerational survivors, and those who lost their lives when they were at residential school as a result of the impacts of the residential school. I'm not only a commissioner, I was also a member of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission Survivors Advisory Committee. I'm struck by the fact that there is much more work to do, but also feel a deep sense of accomplishment and pride at all the work that has been done. I'd like to speak a bit more about the UN Declaration. In our first principle of reconciliation, the TRC said that the Declaration is the framework for reconciliation. We referred to the Declaration and called for its implementation throughout all our calls to action. Canada made a big step forward with the recent tabling of Bill C-15, an act respecting the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. However, this is just the first step in the parliamentary process. It's crucial that the bill comes to a vote and is adopted before this session of Parliament ends next year, and that does not leave us much time. I've devoted a large part of my life to advancing the UN Declaration, including decades at the UN and elsewhere. The UN Declaration represents a historic achievement for the global community. The way the states and Indigenous peoples were able to find common ground serves as an example for reconciliation in action. The UN Declaration recognizes that the right to self must no longer be denied to Indigenous peoples. It affirms our treaties and calls on states to uphold their obligations. It protects our inherent right to make our own decisions about our lands, territories, and resources. It recognizes Indigenous peoples as members of the human family. The UN Declaration is built on a premise of mutual respect and partnership. This is what we need to achieve reconciliation. That's why it's so disappointing to hear provinces say that the UN Declaration implementation legislation is moving ahead too fast. To those provinces, I say you are stepping squarely in the way of reconciliation. It's your efforts to deny the rights of Indigenous peoples that creates barriers to certainty and shared prosperity. When we can all agree that we want to live in a country that respects human rights, equality, and non-discrimination, justice and democracy, good faith and good governance. When all governments hold themselves to this standard, that's when we will see truth, reconciliation, justice, and healing, not only for ourselves, but also for Mother Earth. I know that as we look forward to the next 5 years, we will see more efforts towards answering our calls to action. We must keep this at the forefront of our agendas. Speaking as a former residential school student, it is critical that we do not lose momentum now. Every act of truth and reconciliation serves to heal the many deep wounds inflicted by the experience of the residential schools. At the same time, every act of dishonesty or dishonor throws salt on those wounds. We need to stay vigilant and ensure that we do not allow this to happen. I have been disheartened by some who say reconciliation is dead, which I don't believe. In fact, I'm very encouraged by the recent survey which found that 70% of Indigenous youth believe that they will see reconciliation in their lifetime. This is highly promising and hopeful, a hopeful sign for all Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous Canadians alike. I lift up my heart to the survivors and their families, and to each person who has put energy into the journey of truth, reconciliation, and healing. Hai, merci beaucoup, and thank you.
When we issued our 2015 final report and calls to action, none of us ever expected that 5 years later all 94 would be implemented. These calls outline a pathway for a profound transformation of Canadian society and relations between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. Such fundamental work takes time. We accept that. However, 5 years later, we did expect to see real progress in laying the foundations for national reconciliation, and specifically the two missing pillars needed to support all the rest. Chief Littlechild has spoken about the first one, implementing the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I want to talk about the other still missing pillar, the National Council on Reconciliation. Calls to Action 53 to 56 are for the creation of an independent national oversight body, a cross-cultural council appointed jointly by Indigenous peoples and the Government of Canada. The council would ensure the development of a coordinated, multi-year national action plan for reconciliation, including research and education. The council would monitor and assess efforts throughout the country, sharing positive examples and identifying continuing gaps. The Council would report annually to Parliament, keeping Canada alert to and accountable for its commitments and obligations. And the Prime Minister of the day would respond publicly with an informed yearly snapshot of how this country is doing on the reconciliation imperative. We do honor and respect the many initiatives by individuals, institutions, and governments since the TRC. But these positive, singular efforts are not the complete picture. In the absence of a national council, there is no way for any one of us to know everything that's going on, positive or negative. In our Joint Commissioner's statement today, we lamented systemic racism in the healthcare system at the cost of human life, widespread poverty, food and housing insecurity facing First Nation, Inuit and Métis communities, continual high numbers of Indigenous children in care, and persistent Indigenous overrepresentation in the criminal justice system. These glaring gaps still before us make the need for the National Council more apparent than ever. As we've imagined it, it would play a key role in ensuring a comprehensive and coordinated response to such pressing issues. And while we do note our understanding that the federal government intends to move forward with the National Council in the new year, for nearly 3 years we've been hearing that it's coming soon. Nearly 13 years ago, every national political party in Canada offered residential school apologies in the House of Commons, each one committed to reconciliation going forward. That is essential for the just and inclusive society Canada claims to be. A National Council for Reconciliation is a crucial tool to get us there. Today we call again for urgency. No more delays. Canada needs this. All Canadians need this. I also want to speak briefly of the most heartfelt of our calls to action, about the missing children. Canada kept shameful, incomplete records of children who did not survive residential school. Our TRC confirmed 3,200 deaths, but little more than half the identities. We applaud the continuing efforts by the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation on the Student Memorial Registry. With help from survivors and families, that registry now names more than 4,000 children who never made it home from school. As this sacred work of finding the children continues, they will be further remembered as efforts continue this year towards a national monument for residential schools, and we look forward to that. As with all casualties of state-sponsored events, every lost child deserves remembrance. Every grieving family needs comfort, and every honorable country needs acknowledgement of truth. As a mother and grandmother, I cradle the memory of these children today. It's also very emotional to speak alongside my fellow commissioners. Together today, we remind you that reconciliation belongs to each and every one of us as individuals, as governments, and as citizens. Reconciliation is not dead unless we kill it through our own inaction.
We have to take a break, but when we return, the commissioners join us live to discuss the progress and the challenges, and we'll hear from survivors themselves, their perspectives on what's happened, what hasn't, and what needs to. Stay with us.
Even in today's world, we still have technical difficulties.
All for joining us. I'll start with you, Mr. Sinclair. You said in your opening statement that progress has been slow, but there's been small and very important pockets of progress. You had also said part of the problem is that progress isn't being tracked. Can you kind of elaborate on that for us?
Well, one of the most common questions that we get as commissioners is what's the event, what's been going on and who's doing what. Mm-hmm. And we quite frankly can't tell anybody because we don't have any single source where we can check. We know that there are events going on. We know that there are changes to school curriculums at the local level. We know that some of the school curriculum programs have undertaken to do changes to the curriculum at a provincial level, but some of that has come to a halt. We know that in the Northwest Territories and Nunavut, that there's probably been more activity to ensure that education changes are being made. But in the other parts of Canada, we don't see the same effort being undertaken. I've spoken at many events where church congregations and community organizations have brought together Indigenous and non-Indigenous people for the purpose of discussing reconciliation, or talking about how they can change and improve their relationship. So we know that there are those singular events going on. We know as well that British Columbia, through its own legislation, has adopted the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But what is still concerning, of course, is that we see almost every day in the media activities going on in society that show that there is still an abundance of racism that's not being adequately addressed. There are issues around systemic racism that we need to come to terms with. We need to have a dialogue about ensuring that people understand how it works and what can be done about it. So there's still a lot of work left to do.
Yeah.
But there have been some pockets of activity that we can't ignore, and we have to give credit where credit is due, that some parts of society have been really endeavoring to do what they can.
Yeah. Ms. Wilson, you said that nobody thought that the 94 calls to action would be complete by now, 5 years later, sitting here saying, well done, washing our hands of it and moving on. But you did say that there's two missing pillars, UNDRIP implementation and the creation of a national council, which I guess that would be part of the, to Mr. Sinclair's point, nobody's keeping track of any progress. The national council would, I guess, be one facet of that, keeping track. What needs to come first, UNDRIP implementation or the National Council, or does it matter?
Your question, I just couldn't hear the last piece.
Yeah, sorry. So what needs to, does the National Council, we were talking about the two pillars that need to happen, does National Council have to come first, or UNDRIP implementation, or does it matter?
I don't think it does matter which comes first, but just to understand that both are essential. We've said that the UN Declaration really is a framework for understanding the spirit and purpose of all reconciliation and articulating its relationship to the rights in Canada and recognized within our Constitution as well. But the National Council is more of a, if I can put it this way, more of a practical day-to-day, year-to-year operational vehicle for all of us as a country to be able to pay attention to what's getting better, what may be getting worse, what are those things that we need to hold up to a light for celebration and cause for, yes, joy at the great things that have been done, and what are those areas where there's things may actually be getting worse and we need to figure out how we drill down and apply either more attention or more resources or whatever is needed. And without that, nobody has the complete picture. And so we aren't learning from each other and we aren't learning from the realities.
Mr. Littlechild, you called out provinces who say that UNDRIP implementation is moving too fast. You had said, and I quote, "You're stepping squarely in the way of reconciliation. It's your efforts to deny the rights of Indigenous people." I would ask you, Mr. Littlechild, do you think that a lack of understanding of what UNDRIP entails, and particularly, some of the buzzwords that maybe Indigenous people know and understand, but that non-Indigenous Canadians don't grasp, such as self-determination, fiduciary responsibility, free and prior and informed consent, things like that people, regular Canadians, maybe can't get their heads around, has maybe made it so that people don't understand it, so they don't apply pressure for politicians to implement it. Your thoughts, Mr. Wilson? Sorry, that was a really long, meandering way to ask a question.
Well, I said that they were standing in the way of reconciliation, and I mean that because when Canada finally endorsed and supported the reconciliation, the UN Declaration, since that time, the clock started running, and it's been, 5 years for TRC and 10 years for the declaration. There's been a lot of time for provinces to become aware of the declaration. They make it sound like we just sprung it up on them 3 weeks ago or something like that. And I think that's just a cover-up for their not wanting to support either the declaration or the legislation. Some of them even divide it up into two. They say, yeah, we support the declaration, but we don't support the legislation. So they have to make up their mind in that regard. As far as right to self-determination, this is the most fundamental human right that every human in the world has. It doesn't say in the international covenants that Canada signed on to in 1976, all peoples have a right to self-determination except Indigenous peoples. It doesn't say that. So we had to get the declaration to catch up to the rest of the world so that A, we can be recognized as human beings, B, we can be recognized as having human rights, one of which is a right to self-determination that everyone benefits from. For many years since 1948, when the Universal Declaration was not adopted, or was adopted, we were not there. Nobody represented us, so we were left out. Consequently, when you look at the statistics around the world, thousands and perhaps millions of our people got killed, assassinated, for defending their lands, territories, resources, water, timber, because they were not considered human. So it was okay. Now, as far as free, prior, and informed consent, that's the very most mischaracterized part of the UN Declaration. They've done a very good job of calling it a veto. And when you look at all the 46 articles and the preambular paragraphs of the UN Declaration, you will not find that word veto in there. What it does, though, it calls on us to work together. Wherever you see the word veto in 9 articles, it's about working together on something, whether it's economic development or social development, parts of the right to self-determination, as you know, are economic, social, and cultural development. Indeed, there's 30 references to culture in the UN Declaration. And to look at that, plus our calls to action,
are you available
saying
to
this is the framework to reconciliation. What we're talking about in a final analysis is our survival, our dignity, and our well-being. That's what the UN Declaration is about, our survival, dignity, and well-being. And for those provinces who are objecting to that, that's what they're voting against. They're voting against you and your survival, you and your dignity, and you and your well-being. And I don't think that's right. I think that's very wrong to mischaracterize terms like free, prior, and informed consent, because that's not the truth. The truth is they're trying to protect their own provincial jurisdiction and lock us out. I'll give you a good example. In the letters to the Minister of Justice by the provinces, they said that we want to keep having our own private provincial government, territorial government meetings. We always invite the leaders to come in and say a few words. Yes, they do, but then they kick them out. And then they can go on and they say, then we can have a very frank and earnest discussion among ourselves. And then the next sentence, they say, we all have to be at the table at the same time. So it's a total contradiction in their position, in my view.
Yeah. I want to go now to, let's hear from a survivor, Wanbadi Wakita.
It takes a lot of effort and learning and understanding to know what this, first of all, the human being laws that are connected to the natural laws that are out there. and more importantly, how sacred laws are all connected to everyone. And so it's that time of the year again where we gather to make ceremony, to make sure that we cover everything, the teachings, the learnings, the understanding, the accepting of ceremonies. And we really need to go back, whatever it is that we're doing, we really need to go back to realize how important these ceremonies are. And with ceremonies, there's something called culture. And this culture is all of the language, the songs, the ceremonies, the prayers, history, education. It's all of those. So we are going back to that. Remember now that we're working with the holy ones, the spirits that are up there, which is a great deal part of what we're working with. The voices that we heard over the years, they're up there now, and they're listening to us, and we're asking for their help. And so that's an important kind of a path that we should follow.
We need to take a quick break, but when we come back, lots more discussion about where we're at in terms of implementation of the TRC calls to action and more words from survivors themselves. Don't go anywhere.
Wow, did someone just come in here and call me a terrorist? Oh my god. Okay, wait. Did I go to your home? I had to leave because my grandparents came back over, but I'm back now. Welcome back, Ryan. Ray. Welcome back. Yeah, buddy. Seriously, someone just finished calling me in chat. Thank you, my daughter, for putting them in a timeout for 600 minutes or seconds. Yeah, really interesting. So, did I go to your home, steal your children, put them in places where they constantly are being abused? Did I do those kind of things? Did I steal your land? Oh yeah, someone just came in here not too long ago. Della. It's just like, nope. Some Hashemite 710 decided to come in here and call me a terrorist. Interesting. Yeah, Della. Too sus. But that's what we got, right? If someone sounds like they're going to be awful and call a POC a terrorist, don't give them the benefit of doubt. They just told you who they are. True, Della. True. I just shake my head at it because it's like, damn, dude. So all the genocidal acts done to my people and myself, and they come around trying to call me a terrorist. Oh God. Brainwashed fools. Well, let's get back to this very important news on Truth and Reconciliation, 5 years, 6 to start, supposed start of it. Come in and settle our lands, violently push us out, but we're the terrorists. Fun, yeah.
Welcome back. Here's another survivor, Garnet Anjikaneb. Let's take a listen.
I often ask myself, do I feel more empowered? Do I feel more in control of my life as a result of the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement? And I really, honest to God, wrestle with that question in so many ways. You know, as a survivor, we still hear about the governments fighting, for example, St. Anne's residential schools and fighting them in the court of law. Here in Northern Ontario, we still have unfinished business of dealing with the Law Society of Ontario, for example, that stem from the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. The people continue to be harmed, people continue to be injured by the inactions of the Law Society here of Ontario, here in Northern Ontario. And so then, you know, what about the behaviors and the actions of someone like Senator Lynn Beat, who continues to spew out negative rhetoric about the Indian residential school system and how those words and those behaviors impact at the community level. And so, you know, we've got a lot of work to do to restore relations, to build relations, even though we have a lot of good work that has happened to rebuild and to redefine our relations with Canada, with our communities, with our families, and indeed at the ground level of where we live in, whether it's in the cities or the smaller municipalities. I really praise the work and the efforts that have gone on for the last 10, 15 years, but we do have a lot of work to do. And so overall, what has this cost? What has this cost in terms of the price that survivors have had to pay, in terms of the suffering that they went through? And I'm not just talking about the financial costs. There are other costs associated with the legacy of the Indian residential school system.
Thanks for that. Mr. Sinclair, let's go to you then, to Garnet's point. You know, after all of this, you know, was justice served for the survivors? I'm curious how you guys feel after going through all of this. That was it all worth it?
Well, the short answer to that is yes, it was. But I think the real question is, are we finished? And the answer is no. So until we finish, we can rightfully say that justice has not yet been reached. So I think that Garnet makes a very good point. There are still lots of work left to do, and it's up to us as Indigenous and non-Indigenous people to make sure that it gets done. The problem that I see sometimes is that people think it's up to the federal government to do everything. But in reality, it's up to Canadians and it's up to Indigenous people themselves as well to do things. And don't doubt for a moment that there is a level of frustration out there that we have not yet seen the kind of results that we were hoping for, and that's the very issue that we raised in our comments.
Yeah. Ms. Wilson, I'll ask you this question. We had a question from Jimmy DeRocha about many people who were not part of this, the day school survivors who were left out, and then there's, some of them are being dealt with in one capacity, and then others in a different one, and still others that are left out entirely. Jimmy DeRocha said, he would like to see commissioners kind of take this and kind of lead it, I guess, through as part of reconciliations to make sure that nobody else got left behind. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll say that during our time with the Commission, when we were still active, we made a decision, an intentional decision internally, that even though some people were left out of the settlement agreement, we would not leave anybody out of our work through the TRC. And so we went to parts of the country where there were so-called excluded students. We were in many Métis communities, for example. We were in parts of Labrador and other places that had been excluded. And we basically said anyone who feels that they have something that they need to tell the Commission that will help with Canada's understanding are welcome to share with us. So we were not exclusive in that way. Having said that, I do think, and I've said this before, I think we may have made an error in under-calculating the extent to which there would be follow-up work in which we ourselves could be implicated. Just this very week and this coming back together as the three commissioners have, we were all noting it's the first time we've all had a vehicle for coming back together since the end of the Commission. And our ongoing relationship with the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation has been intermittent. And so I think there are things that we are actively thinking about. Even yesterday having some discussions with Minister Bennett about some of these issues of ongoing momentum and how we stay in good communication and keeping momentum alive. These are active conversations, and I think they are very important because, as Senator Sinclair just said, absolutely the work is not done. We knew when we finished that it would not be done, but it definitely, there's a lot more to be done still.
Yeah. Mr. Littleshadow, I want to ask you, so going back to something you said in your opening statement, you said that every single act of reconciliation done by Canadians serves to heal the wounds of the residential school system, and every act of dishonesty and disorder pours salt in those wounds. My question to you would be, has there been more healing or has there been more salt in the wounds from your perspective over the last 5 years?
Well, I suppose it varies with individual to individual in terms of whether they feel more harmed now, in terms of more wounded, in terms of salt, as I used as an example. But can I just make two comments before I come back to that? I wanted to respond to the first survivor who spoke, because I want to underscore that when we went to the UN for 27 years and 10, 12 years after that in New York, we didn't always go and ask for stuff or ask someone to recognize our rights. We contributed a lot to the humankind, the world. And let me just give you one example that he raised when he talked about natural and sacred laws and ceremonies being bundled up in our culture. The UN and the international community only recognized 5 bundles of rights: economic, social, cultural, civil, and political rights. And those are divided up into 2 international covenants. Now, what was missing there was spiritual rights. And it was not until indigenous, our sacred leaders, spiritual leaders, brought the issue of spirituality to the UN, that the world finally recognized that there is such a thing as having a right to spirituality. And that was a contribution the elders made to the world. The other contribution they made that's obvious, especially in a situation today as we speak, there's a conference going on climate change. The protection of environment, Mother Earth, and stewardship of environment is another contribution Indigenous peoples made. The recognition of Indigenous law, Indigenous family, Indigenous spirituality, as I said, Indigenous spiritual connection to the land, those teachings were a contribution to the world that the elder was talking about. Now, when you ask, I think it was Garnett, about healing, it was a very difficult mandate for us to go from truth and then immediately to reconciliation, because it's a spectrum. Everyone has a right to know the truth. Then we have an apology, but there was never really an opportunity given or extended to forgive. Some of those that wanted to give forgiveness to those that harmed them. Then you begin to feel a sense of healing. And once you do that, then you begin to feel a sense of justice. Then, as a combination of all of that, you can go to reconciliation. So it's a spectrum, and healing is only one step of the way. As far as harm and wounds, don't forget I spent 14 years of my life in 3 different residential schools. And I can tell you it took me an awful lot of work and counseling to try and get myself to a healing position, a healing. I'm not saying I'm healed, but I'm still working on it on a daily basis. So there are those that have been wounded very seriously by what happened to them as children. And when you lie about this history, when you say it's a fad, when you say it didn't happen, then I think you're pouring salt into the wound, and that's very harmful to the survivors that have experienced, especially negative experiences in the residential schools.
Yeah. Okay, we need to take another break. We still have a lot more ahead, including, is reconciliation dead? I know that's something that you spoke about, Mr. Littlechild. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on that. We have a lot more from survivors as well. Please stay with us. welcome back. Let's take a listen now to another survivor.
Hi, everyone, and good day. On behalf of my Inuit Nations of Nunavut Territory, of course, it is my honor to express my heartfelt gratitude for the work done through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission on this 5th year anniversary. Although I always knew that it would be difficult for many to share their painful experiences. The dedication and compassion of the commissioners that helped us voice our voices, strength to resolve to share our truth. For many survivors, the Truth and Reconciliation was the first time we heard and the first time we were believed. It is important to honor the words of those who shared their experiences. I believe we do this by teaching the history of residential schools in all Canadian schools. My question to the commissioners is, I had to think about this part because I feel there's not many survivors left. It's important to remember all the survivors. And the question I had was, how can TRC commissioners, how could they further help us, the survivors, to better their life? Because sometimes we feel sad, and those experiences and those things that had happened in the past.
So, Ms. Wilson, I guess I'll put that to you. What, to Levita's point, is this something that a national council would be useful in? We've got survivors who are saying, we poured it all out, and now we kind of feel, in addition to the pandemic, just kind of left twisting out there without support. Is this something a national council would be helping with?
Well, it is something that a national council would play a role in, because they would be able to tell us where there are activities going on that are in fact addressing some of the concerns and the needs that Lavinia is talking about. One of the things, for example, in our calls to action, and we always talk about the 94 calls to action, some of the 94 calls to action are actually repetitive of 20 other calls to action that were described in our interim report. And one of the ones that was very particular there had to do with the need for ongoing healing supports and healing services, and indeed healing lodges. We talk about that in the context of correctional facilities, but we also talk about it in the context of healing programs closer to home, particularly for those in northern Canada who have to go so far away to receive any kind of residential or continuous care. And the reason I think that's so important is that when you bring it back to the commissioners and say, what can we do to continue to help? I think it is fair to say that each and every one of us, the three of us, is trying in the ways we can, through the influence that we have and through the activities that we're involved in, to keep the conversation alive and to keep reminding people of their promises and their obligations. But I think also were those things that happened during our commission that people found so helpful. And one of the really simple ones was just that of creating space, sharing circles, convening opportunities for people to sit together and to hear each other and to be inspired and encouraged by each other. And some of that, and it's what Senator Sinclair, I think in part was referring to when he said, what is the leadership that Indigenous peoples and communities have to take on themselves? Right. Some of that, and COVID notwithstanding, don't do it now, but when we can, to think about ways and places that we might come together and be of support to each other as well. So we'll continue our part, and communities have to feel confident. They've already demonstrated so much courage that they also have things to contribute themselves, and being there for each other.
Mr. Sinclair, I'll ask you this. In the past 5 years, you had said earlier, this isn't just about what can the federal government do. That's just one element of what needs to happen. But I would ask you, what are you most pleased with that you've seen from Canadians in terms of reconciliation in the past 5 years? And I guess then conversely, what would be something in the past 5 years that you've seen that's been incredibly disappointing to you?
Well, probably the area where I think there's been most work that's impressed me has been with teachers.
Yeah.
Teachers have really taken to the need to change the way they educate children, students about the history of Canada, about what a residential experience was like. They've been doing it without necessary curriculum materials in many cases, but they have outside resources that they've been able. We speak to a lot.
Oh, I think we just lost Mr. Oh, there.
An element of. Sorry, did you miss some of that? All right, thank you. But there's a lot of outside resources that teachers can rely upon. I get requests all the time for reading lists for teachers, and I would say that it's the work that teachers are doing to change the way that children are educated, so that children themselves can develop a relationship early on and can maintain that relationship of respect further on into their lives. Now that needs to be nurtured, and that needs to be given more effort further along the line. And it's when you get into the high school years and the university years where that appears to lose some momentum. So we still need some work to do there. But that's the one area where I've always hoped that there would be growth, and I think there's also been a lot. And that's university scholars as well who are doing some writing in this area. The one area that probably disappoints me the most is that the federal government itself, which bears a significant responsibility. When you look at the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, it speaks about the responsibility of nation states to come to terms with the fact that they are largely responsible for the destruction of Indigenous cultures, Indigenous societies, Indigenous landholding rights, and all of their legal rights as original peoples, and that they have to recognize that they paid a lot of money in order to do that. They spent a lot of money to bring in settlers. They spent a lot of money in order to take up lands and to support those immigrant populations that are coming in to take over those resources. And they financed the capitalists who were mining the resources and cutting the timber, digging for the gold and digging for petroleum. And they spent a lot of money to do that, and now they have to recognize that they need to also make a financial commitment to reconciliation as well. And it's in the UN Declaration that is.
Oh, he's back. Oh, he's frozen. Sorry, we've got a technical difficulty with Mr. Sinclair. Mr. Littlechild, just very quickly, we have to go to a break here, but I did want to bring up with you something that you had said in your opening statement. You said that it bothers you when people say that reconciliation is dead. We only have probably about a minute before we have to go to a break. Can you kind of quickly say what you were talking about when you say it bothers you when people say reconciliation is dead? Nope, I think we've lost Mr. Littlechild as well. You know what? Why don't we just go take a break right now? We can get our technical glitches all sorted out. When we come back, we're going to talk about the thousands of children who died and vanished at residential schools. And of course, we'll hear from more survivors on this 5th anniversary of the TRC's final report. Please stay with us.
Greetings. I'm Lila Breer, and I'm originally from Couchiching First Nation, and I'm happy to be here today and to share more or less a comment with you in regards to residential school survivors and the pandemic. And I'm speaking specifically with the northern and northwestern Ontario, and because I went to residential school at St. Margaret's Residential School in Fort Frances, Ontario, and and I think of them about what they've been through, what they're going through right now as far as the COVID-19 goes, and what they're going through, and so I guess I'm thinking, right off the hop, I'm thinking about a question like, how is, how are you handling what's going to happen with survivors, as far as the pandemic goes, like how can we help them? And the way that I've been doing it is by, talking to survivors on Facebook, and, there's some of them that I went to school with that I'm in contact with, and ask them how they're doing, and I talk a lot about, depression, and they share with me, that they're going through the same thing because, there's triggers going on, and there's no help out there, there's no counselors or anyone for them to talk to, except maybe their the extended families, that are survivors that, some of them I have a concern for them because, what can we do as far as reconciliation goes, to help these survivors. So I'm really happy to have the opportunity to greet you today.
Welcome back. We have another survivor, Phyllis. Let's take a listen to her.
Hi, my name is Phyllis Gugu. I am an Indian residential school survivor who attended the Indian residential school in Nova Scotia. This year in particular has hit survivors twice as hard due to the pandemic, social distancing requirements, and once again, we are separated from our families. Survivors are still in need of healing. It's critical that survivors are not put on the back burner. So I would like to ask the commissioners, how can Canadians continue reconciliation efforts when so many are concerning about the economic climate?
Mr. Littlechild, I wanted to ask you, I'd asked before the break, we had a little bit of technical difficulty, so I'll go back and ask you the question again. You said that it bothers you when you hear people say that reconciliation is dead. I want to know how come.
First, I was thinking that it's a shame that I've wasted 6.5 years of my life if reconciliation is indeed dead, because that's not what we were working for. Mm-hmm. Some people say, how can we have reconciliation when we didn't even have conciliation? Others say, what's reconciliation mean? And if you say, well, it's 3 R's, restoring respectful relationships, and that's very action-oriented phrase. And then they ask, what about the 4th R, revenge? After how you were treated as a child, how come you don't have any feelings for revenge? So it's a difficult topic in the sense of how you come at it. But for me personally, I was very disappointed to hear our own people say that, because it's also been said if it's going to die, it'll be us that'll kill it. So when I talk to my colleagues sometimes, my fellow chiefs, I say to them, we have to begin practicing the politics of hope. And by that I mean we have to give hope to our people through our leadership, especially the young people. give them a hopeful future to look towards and go forwards, rather than other options that they may choose to pick if they've lost hope already. So it's what I meant by not agreeing with reconciliation being dead, because I see it being acted upon every day, at least around me, in different places I go.
And it's not perfect, right?
It's not, but at the same time, we knew that it wasn't going to be short-term activity either, reconciliation. It's going to be a long time. I remember someone saying it took us 7 generations to get here. It'll take us 7 generations to heal. So hopefully, of course, I pray and hope that it doesn't take us that long to see reconciliation, true reconciliation happen. But I wanted to also make a comment on the importance of focusing on mental health, especially during this time of the pandemic. And the last speaker talked about it in a very good way, that we were not only separated from our families, we were separated from our community, we were separated from the land, and now we're separated from family again. So it's so any kind of treatment, and by the way, culture is treatment. We need to focus on that part as well, so that her advice about just contacting and phoning someone to ask how they're doing does wonders for their mental health. So it's in a way a team effort to do that. But let's not be the ones that kill reconciliation.
Ms. Wilson, I wanted to go to you too, something that you had said that really hit me when I heard you say it. The missing children who were taken to residential schools never returned home. You know, this country didn't even value them enough to document most of that. You've mentioned that that's not how honorable countries act. You know, is Canada now doing enough to act honorably, to honor those children and their loved ones?
Well, I think to this point, most of the practical credit goes to the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation and the efforts that they have made with federal financial support, for sure, an infusion of federal monies to allow them to really dig into the archives and literally, I hate to say it, but piece together the fragments of storyline of the children who died in the schools, and that's how we've come to know the names. But we don't have all the information about these children, and we certainly don't know yet where all of them are buried. So the work is ongoing, and I know that there is work being done within the federal government to figure out how to move forward with that piece. But again, we've talked all day about the issue of urgency, because the survivors are aging and they need some peace around these things that truly are at the heart of individual and family well-being and coming to terms with the realities of their losses. So I think there needs to be renewed effort on that front and timely effort. I think it needs to involve all parts of the country. That can't be done in a sort of centralized way. And it needs to be done with the reverence that we would for any other context in which we take care of the fallen. We have only to look at military losses to know how we take care of that as a country. And we surely can do far better with our own children. So we have a lot of catching up work to do there. Can I just also say on your earlier question, Melissa, about reconciliation and what Chief Littlechild was saying, we need to remember when we're tempted to be disdainful of the word reconciliation, I think it's not the word itself, it's the frustration at the slowness of things, the perceived slowness of things. Because we have to remember that it was the survivors themselves who gave us that term to work with. They were the ones who fought through the courts and got this Truth and Reconciliation Commission, a hard-fought term of the overall settlement agreement. And that was the terminology we were given, and they described it not as a quick fix, not as a definition, not as a recipe, but as an ongoing individual and collective process that would involve the survivors for sure and their families, that would involve the churches, that would involve the governments, and that would involve the people of Canada. And for me, that's the important thing that we have to constantly come back to and remind ourselves. This is not an Indigenous issue for Indigenous people to muddle their way through in isolation. It is for the country to take this on and to realize that we need to take practical steps, and we need to treat it with the urgency, if I can put it this way, as if it were, as it is for so many of us, as if we were dealing with our own family members, and to treat it therefore urgently and with respect.
I love that, and I love the point you made about, look how we treat people who serve in our military, have a little bit of that dignity as well. We're going to take a quick break. I've got a couple pretty heavy questions for you guys when we come back. We're going to hear about, how the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the work you guys did, how does that carry with you every day? I'm sure there's lots to talk about that, and also next steps. Where do we go from here? So stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Lastly, this is our final block before we're done here. I want to ask each of you, and I'll start with you, Mr. Sinclair. 6 years of doing this, lots of work, lots of heartache to listen to. What have you carried with you from this? What still stays with you?
Well, probably the understanding that this work was something that was destined to take place, and that therefore we were in many ways fortunate to be asked to do it, because we were all very strong spiritually and emotionally, people that were able to be prepared to undertake this work. So working alongside my colleagues was probably the highlight of this whole process, because in many ways we had to rely upon each other. We had to get through this together. When we started out, we knew, and I'd forewarned them because of experience that I'd had with other inquiries that I had done, that you have to prepare yourself for what it is you're going to hear. And we have to understand that when we make a commitment to the survivors to see this through to the end, that we have to hold to that commitment. So we can't afford to fail, because if we fail, we not only fail ourselves, but we fail them as well. And so when I was finished with this, I was quite exhausted, and I think probably my colleagues were too. And I had made a commitment that I was going to step back from public life and give more time to my family, because they had given up a lot in order for me to do this, but also they were probably come, I thought then, and still do think, as it's turned out, they were going to become a huge source of comfort for me coming out of this, because they were with me the whole time that we were doing this.
Ms. Wilson, what effect did this have on you personally, this journey?
Was that for Chief Littlechild? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear where that was directed.
That's for you, Ms. Wilson. What did this journey, what was the effect that it had on you personally?
Well, on a day-by-day basis, as it was unfolding, I can tell you there were days that were ravaging. And it is true what Senator Sinclair has said, that we relied on each other and we held each other up, and we each had spiritual supporters as well, advisors who helped us on that level. But what kept me and sustained me always was the example of the survivors themselves. I would often say to myself, all I have to do, all I have been asked to do, is to bear witness to this, and to make sure that it's understood and never forgotten by those who need to learn. I didn't have to live it, and It was little children who lived it. And so I need to keep that as a grown-up in perspective and not think of my role in this as having been anything other than a sacred trust and an honor and a commitment that I made that I would continue advancing the stories and the teachings and the expertise of survivors for as long as there was breath in me. And so I have tried on a daily basis in various ways since then to keep that promise and to continue to be inspired, as my colleague Chief Littlechild was talking about, the leadership of hope. Yes, hope was a very big part of what kept us going, and we also saw it on display in exemplary ways as one survivor's courage would serve as encouragement to the next one, even those who didn't intend to speak and who ended up coming forward and therefore setting down loads that they'd been dragging around for decades. So I think we have to continue to be that to each other, and we have to help Canada learn its lessons by continuing to teach them in the ways that we can.
Mr. Littlechild, what, the 6 years you spent gathering these stories, what was the net effect on you personally?
Well, I, first of all, didn't want to do it. I didn't want to be a commissioner, but I never really knew why until a couple of years into the journey, because I was hearing my own story repeated over and over again in front of me. The abuse, the physical, the mental, the psychological, the spiritual, the sexual abuse that happened to me. I was hearing that in front of me all the time, every single day. So I still wear that. I still wear that part of the journey personally today. Also, to have the government deny that 3 years of my life in one boarding school didn't exist, that there was not a boarding school. So that made me very angry, and had to really deal with my anger through some very, very good and strong counseling. So, but what I take away from it on a positive side is when somebody said that there's the 7 most powerful words I can leave with you is that I'm sorry, I forgive you, and I love you. And I try to share that now today with my family every chance I get, because that's something that was kept away from us, that emotion of love. And like I say, I still wear it today. I'm still working on it daily. So it was a difficult journey for me at times, but luckily with my colleagues, as they said, we held each other up, and that's what helped us go through this very difficult time.
Very quickly, I'll ask each of you one more question. What would we've been 5 years. Mr. Sinclair, what do you want to see happen in the next 5 years? We've got about probably 3 minutes left, so that's about a minute to each of you.
I just wanted to say in response to the last question that one of the more motivating comments that I heard with one of the survivors was the late Isabel Knockwood, who used to say to us, happiness is my revenge, when she talked about her experience in schools, and I always was motivated by that. So I think so your last question is which again?
What, very quickly, what do you want to see happen? What's the most important thing that could happen in the next 5 years?
Well, next 5 years, I think we need to have the Council for Reconciliation in place. I think we need to get the UN Declaration in place. I think we need to begin the legislative change process that's necessary. And I think that government needs to develop a plan about moving reconciliation forward at the national level.
Ms. Wilson, what would you like to see biggest priority to happen in the next 5 years for you?
Well, I'll just say ditto to those for expediency, but adding in that we would have had at least a couple of cycles of annual reporting State of the Nation back from the Prime Minister of the day, so that the whole country becomes normalized in understanding that this belongs to all of us, and that becomes a regular expectation that we will take stock of ourselves and figure out where we need to do better. And also that all the little children will be found, and that we will have a magnificent national monument for residential schools in the national capital that is there to remind everyone, to teach everyone, and to offer solace to everyone on a regularized basis. Those are practical things I would like to see.
Not unreasonable. Mr. Littlechild, what would you say your biggest priority is, what you'd like to see in the next 5 years?
You know, in the last, at the United Nations, when the UN was adopting the UN Declaration, after it was adopted, I asked myself, and notwithstanding Canada had voted against it, now what? And in 2008, I made a list of next steps of what had to happen. And the first one about governance was for indigenous peoples, tribes, and nations to adopt and implement the declaration themselves. Secondly, to include it in their constitutions, for example. And I'm seeing that happen, which is absolutely amazing. The third one is fairly difficult right now because it works on having the regional, state, and provincial municipal governments support and endorse the declaration. The fourth one is underway, which is to get the federal government to ensure that there's new legislation introduced, adopted to implement the declaration. Fifthly, we need to utilize all relevant parliamentary and legislative committees. At the academic level, also it's happening. The UN Declaration has to be in the curricula at all schools and colleges, teaching the Declaration. At the local level, the very most important level is to educate our own people about the UN Declaration, so that not only members and staff in our governments and administration understand what it is, and for private industry to ensure that in their policies and core operational activities, for example, that they too adopt the UN Declaration and provide education for their management staff. I wrote that in 2008 after the articles of the Declaration were adopted.
We're going to have to wrap it up there.
Whew, that was a lot. Hey, Chloe. And hey, Ashley. And thanks for the follow, Chloe. Whew. That brings up so many mixed emotions. Chloe. Yeah. I had to live through this shit. And they still pulling bullshit. There are days that literally anyways. You know, I think I need a little bit of this right now.
Workforces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. And now you do what they told ya. 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 Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. And now you do what they told ya. 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 Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen ones. Come on! Yeah, come on! You won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you,
proceeds from this video will be going to the Bail Project, and you can read more about that organization below. We thought that it would be a cool idea to create a challenge here in the music community to get more eyes on Black Lives Matter. So, we're going to nominate 3 artists to cover the song and hope that they do the same. We nominate our friends Violet Orlandi, First to 11, Lauren and Crazy 88, and anyone else that wants to help spread the message. We'll leave the link to our instrumental in the description below for anybody that wants to use it. Please just make sure you credit us somewhere in your video or description. Let's get this song circulating by labeling your video Killing in the Name Challenge. Make the message heard to help end police brutality and systemic racism.
Aww. So let's see.
The workforces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of, killing in the name of. And now you do what they told ya. 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 Those who die are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen whites. You justify those that die by wearing the badge. They're the chosen whites. Those who die are justified for wearing the badge. They're the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that hold office. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of. And now you do what they told ya. 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 Now you're under control. And now you do what they told ya. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told ya. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told ya. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told ya. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told ya. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told ya. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told ya. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen race. You justify those that died for wearing the badge. You're the chosen race. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge. They're the chosen race. You justify those that died for wearing the badge. They're the chosen race. Come on.
So that was Brass Tack, or Brass Against, featuring Sophia Alsila, doing a cover song. Ew. Jason Kenny is live on CPAC. Ew.
Wouldn't have believed if you told me last December I'd cross the border this year more times than I can remember. Back and forth from Canada to the United States. Yeah, we hustle on the move, we do whatever it takes. And I never could have imagined I would travel so much. My brown and documented people, y'all know that it's rough. Got gringos calling us illegals. We got indigenous blood, oh no, hold up. Must be playing, they the racist land invading, mass murder, earth betraying ones. Yo, much respect to all the natives who took time to share their stories I can't put into words what y'all have really done for me. And local savage fam been showing me the way, cultivating the rage, motivating me to stay brave like a bimbo about to break. Please know we appreciate all our folks in the cut who steady bumping the music. Every show was a blessing, blasting louder acoustic, taking notes from the youngsters who were holding it down in their ancestral homeland. They're gonna turn the shit around. To all the young sisters, always elevate your voice. You carry gifts within you, make some motherfucking noise. If some dude tries to shut you down or make you feel small, it's just cause they don't understand your power at all. Now we recognize the indigenous led land defense worldwide, native lives demonstrating excellence. Bold to ride, bold to defy these crackers, colonial ignorance. These rhymes of resistance, all what got me on the road. Believe I had to examine every word that I wrote, cause the youth were listening when I was standing to speak. Cause I'm coming from the struggle and they was feeling the beat. So I had to make sure that I was coming correct. Took time to sit back and really reflect. If you wanna build through the music, you must foresee its effect. But the learning curve's sharp, we don't got much time left. Don't got much time. Don't got much time left. No, no, Woo. Yo, rest in power to the students murdered in Ayotzinapa. Pinches puercos del gobierno se dieron cuenta lo que pasa. Intentaron enterrar semillas y el país prendió fuego. Now waiting for anyone to free his homies in a lonely land, screaming fuck the police. We don't beg our oppressor, we hold court in the streets. Ferguson and coast to coast, it's open season on a pig. Fighting for our freedom is the only way we'll live. There's never been justice on stolen land. This needs to be the year the revolution began. There's never been justice on stolen land. This needs to be the year the revolution began. Was this the year the revolution began? Time will tell, time will tell. I ain't been sober like this since I was damn near 13. Hey, yo, I'm feeling so sharp, my mind's feeling so clean. See, I decided this year that I can't drink like I used to, but most of the homies always say, looking for an excuse to pour up a cup of that white man's piece. But when you good on that shit, you learn to tell them like this. The liquor makes you sick, them beers make you soft. The more that you drink, the more our people get lost. The liquor makes you sick, them beers make you soft. The more that you drink, the more our people get lost. But see, what really gets me heated is how proud you fucking sound, bragging about how many shots you about to show me you can pound. Me das flashbacks in mis tíos, borrachos growing up who only showed their stolen faces when they needed a buck. They'd get into the cases and then my mom would be stuck cleaning up broken bottles and blood spilled from the fights, and that ain't even rock bottom. You don't wanna hear about those nights, but I already know what you gon' say. You not an alcoholic, but how many of your friends are, and what could you do to stop it? This a whole other topic for a whole other song, so let me wrap it up. Yeah, let's just move it along. See, I've been running for a minute, adrenaline's got me reckless. Try to keep up with my lyrics, got you looking breathless. You could never kill my spirit, but you should just call me Deathless. What? Said I've been running for a minute, adrenaline's got me reckless. Try to keep up with my lyrics, got you looking breathless. You could never kill my spirit, you could just call me Deathless. That's it. 2014's damn near done. We're just prepared for what's to come. Hey, what you think this is? Who you think you are? Who me? My name is Allah, and I'm a motherfucking outlaw, a outlaw. I'm a outlaw, a outlaw, a motherfucking outlaw. I drew the line in the sand. You better know where you stand. If you pumping with a strong heart, come on, tear this shit apart. I'm in the midst of my prime, Robin Hood with my crimes, making sure we staying healthy at every mealtime. Hey, you could be my lookout if you got some spine. Don't be making making this music just cause I can rhyme. I stay making this music to neutralize the messages that be telling you to die. You're killing yourself. No, you're killing me with you. When you're killing yourself, no, you're killing me with you. Yo, I'ma try for a minute to get these words out. Talking for no reason ain't what I'm about. So any speech you hear from me has got a deeper meaning. Not a college student, but I still be dreaming. No tips to the, but I still be leaning. Love to see the sellouts, things squirm, be dodging my knowledge like it was germs. Cause truth is a crucial part of it all, so we take it back. Every last time part to try to act like the devil, like it's part of an imposter. From a mile away, step to me, that's what I hear my mama say. Do no te dejes, mija. That's how I was raised. Do no te calles, mija. That's how I was raised. Así dice el machista. Ahí viene la maldita, la flaquita, la que siempre me grita. Con mi siempre se desquita. No sé por qué no le gusta que le digas mamacita. Hey chiquita. Do you know the meaning of the word fatigue? Walking everywhere and kicked up because fools of things I don't stop down the street. No one ready to stay creeping. There you fuck with me. Let the catch a beat. Now keep rocks in my pockets. Mace on my chain. Warrior homies don't show restraint. They fully prepared to catch a case. Getting murked if your pleasure means my pain. Getting murked if your pleasure means my pain. Hey, what you think this is? Who you think you are? I'm a warrior for earth. A motherfucking outlaw. Ain't got no paper, so we stay alert. To dodge them haters, gotta stay alert. To dodge them pigs, y'all me bomb through, so that's the way we live. See, we ain't asking, please no more. Every nice thing you see me with, I probably stole. Poor, stupid, and quiet, that's supposed to be my role. But I stay scheming and scamming, cause I never been handed a goddamn advantage. I ain't asking, I ain't asking, I ain't asking no more. Yo, this my life, this my voice, and I'm taking control. Cause I know the meaning of the word fatigue. Going home, telling like bleaching bird degrees. With feet so you can't walk no more. Got to rob the register, run out the back door. 16 hour day with a good fucking boss and very little pay. Ruthless, it was a millimeter away from my fist tearing up that smirk on his face. Hey, do you know what this is? Do you know who I are? I don't even know if I'm gonna make it, but while I'm around, believe I'm gonna shake it up. Get your body loose when you thought you was stuck. Be your alarm when you wanna wake up. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I don't even know if I'm gonna make it. While I'm around, believe I'm gonna shake it up. Get your body loose when you thought you was stuck. Be your alarm when you wanna wake up. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Los pequeños no los había visto, acaban de nacer. Porque el papá es a la mamá.
What do we need? What have we lost? What is left? What do we need?
We need to intimately know the struggles of those who have managed to correct the course of history by exposing that the freedom in this country is forever limited by a badly disguised bigotry. We need those who give voice to the endless bitter battles, the limited choices of the poor, ignored and trampled, who advance the frantic masses that can barely dare to feel like they even deserve to breathe clean We need those who live their lives concerned and alert, willing to put in long hours of thankless hard work. Those who help us get some ends in a healthy sense, dodging the worst dirt done as a last resort. We need our comrades' stories to remain intact, cause our integrity's the first thing to come under attack. When the system detects that you have strong effects, it'll analyze a movement and carefully select on the leaders to discredit or adopt as their own. Take my message of rebellion to secure the safety of the throne. Music to meditate and groove, helping you get low, get low, get low. While you get high, just trying to get by, get by. Now get low, get low, get low. A warrior's tales are meticulously sanitized, whitewashed for standardized mass consumption, deliberate dissimulation functions. To master true nature of a revolutionary, the vicious victors edited rewritten history. Try so hard to make her ugly and go pretty. Try so hard to make her ugly and go pretty. Try so hard to make her ugly and go pretty. The vicious victors edited rewritten history. Try so hard to make her ugly and go pretty. Try so hard to make her ugly and go pretty. Try so hard to make her ugly and go pretty. I wanna recall the way we were before the wars, before the hurt. I wanna recall the way we were before the wars, before the hurt. Vuelvo al sur, como se vuelve siempre al amor. Vuelvo a vos, con mi deseo, con mi temor. Llevo el sur, como un destino del corazón. Soy del sur, como los aires del bandoneón. Are ours to keep. The sacred sounds of dignity are ours to teach. Hey. The sacred sounds of dignity are ours to keep. They're ours to teach. Sueño el sur. Inmensa luna, cielo al revés. Busco el sur. Abierto y su después. Quiero al sur, su buena gente, su dignidad. Siento el sur como tu cuerpo en la intimidad. Te quiero sur. Te quiero sur, quiero sur, te quiero sur. There exists a mechanized media mouth with cruel steel sharpened teeth. It'll chew up my sawdust dark as obsidian rock words, twist and spit them back out as a possessed puppet speech. Try to brighten anger up by pouring on harsh preach, but you can never please bond the savage brown girl speech. These teachings embody the beauty and the strength of our poor people's army. Less talk, more action, cause our time is costly. We lost some precious ground, so we must move now. Liberation is the goal and brutal truth of thou. Cause the sacred sound of dignity are ours to keep. The sacred sounds of dignity are ours to teach. The sacred sounds of dignity are ours to keep. The sacred sounds of dignity are ours to teach. The sacred sounds of dignity are ours to keep. The sacred sounds of dignity are ours to teach. Won't take this shit no more. Won't take this shit no more. Won't take this shit no more. No more. No more. No, never again. Never again. No more will we live off of the toxic legal rations. My people got the fire and the tactical actions. Been plotting and preparing cause we gotta see a change. And we can't wait for it tomorrow. No, we need it today.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Quack, 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 quack. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. Place point.
Older than 7.
Oh my goodness.
I'm 5'7".
Oh, everybody's giving you woos back.
I'm 5'6".
Yeah. Imagine the word of God without religious groupies. Imagine a savior born in a Mexican hoopty. Persecuted single mother in a modern manger. You crucify him again like a fucking stranger. Tears of the anger worth more than diamonds or rubies. Imagine being locked up since juvie. Imagine changing your life and still going out like Tukey. Imagine niggas talking shit when they never knew me. Imagine a movie that depicted the pain in your life, like them kids in Afghanistan chasing a kite. For most of the world, that's what it's like. Imagine if the woman you're supposed to love for the rest of your life is set to marry someone else at the end of the night. They say you fight the greatest jihad in your heart and your mind, and fight the hardest when you start from behind. So I dream the impossible all the time. Fuck a Masonic design, America's future is mine. Repeat that to yourself, cause if culture's a crime, the numbers tatted on your arm aren't too far behind. They can only conquer you after they murder your mind. So rise up, motherfucker, like the sign of the times. I feel my body weakening, but my spirit is fine. Ready to go to war with devils at the drop of a dime, and fight with my rebel army until the stars are aligned. Nostradamus was a white man's prophet who predicated European supremacist logic, because the pilgrims and the conquistador columns killed more innocent people than Hitler and Stalin. Yeah, I guess the fortune teller skipped an antichrist or two. Brother, give this to the OGs doing life with you, and pray for the problems with the Pope psychology, so the Vatican will offer an apology. For what? For destroying the people's liberation theology, snatching the spirit of Jesus from people in poverty. Business decisions like keeping people in prison, but it had the opposite effect, incarcerating religion. That type of crooked politics imposed on the populace is obvious if you read the Northwood documents. Forget the compliments for what I recorded, and live for revolution instead of always dying for it. Remember, a bullet could never stop me. My legions are led by the spirit of Haile Selassie. Watch me, even if I'm shot in the chakra, I will prosper. Doppler effect, bumping music out a helicopter, telling the Persians dig up Zoroaster, and tell them I came back as the son of Bahura Mazda. Fish out the Philistine Dagon from the shores of Gaza, and call Quetzalcoatl flying over La Raza. This is my message to the older gods. I'll sacrifice you all to the revolution like the Romanovs, lost in the desert like the Hebrews of Israel. The blood clot system tried to kill me like sickle cell, but I survived and I'm alive to fight another day. Cocooned in a coma, I can still hear my mother pray. Sister crying out to God, please let my brother stay. Walking towards the light, but something's pulling me the other way.
Immortal technique. Rise up, young brother. This is not your time to die.
We were told long ago that we would see America come and go. I often wondered what generation that would be. What would be the signs that we would see America in its failing times? And I think we're in that. And I think that this kind of exploitation is more recognizable and identifiable. Cultures are getting stronger, and we're beginning to realize it's about your own survival and not about America so much. But the more pollution there is, the more cancer there is. So you begin to see a nation dying from within.
The
what you know about the life of a native? Growing up the generations most hated. Every day my people get discriminated based on the stereotypes you done created. Nowadays you have the audacity to pass us off as a lower class. Nowadays you laugh at us, but now is the day where we finally had enough. From this day forth, now all the days we're standing up. Too many years you oppressed us, suppressed us, infect us with your disease and left us. Millions of my people dead, now expect us to forgive and forget like it don't affect us. You can try to change history and hide that it wasn't genocide, but read between the lines and you will find war crimes masterminded. Now you wonder why people turn to suicide and have a hard time searching and finding who they really are, cause they're constantly reminded of the time when you came uninvited, entered our homes and took your young kids crying away from their families. The tragedies left scars so deep, no apologies will ever cover up the pain that you caused us. Now is the day where you see my people stand up. So what you know about the life of a native? Growing up the generations most hated. Every day my people get discriminated based on the stereotypes you done created. Nowadays you have the audacity to pass us off as a lower class. Nowadays you laugh at us, but now is the day where we finally had enough. From this day forth, now all the days we're standing up. Now all the days you'll commend and respect us. Gone all the days you apprehend and offend us. Pretend to us you're a friend, but forget trust. We all know the scheme that you're hiding your agendas. We all see through the deceit and the lies. A smile in the skies, but your eyes can't hide it. But now is the time we'll speak and we'll rise. All you want is a demise, but we can't stay silent. Through our chiefs and the elders we are guided. Divided we fall, but together stand united. For our earth and the water we will fight it. Our mother earth is crying, now you can't deny it. We are not the enemy that we're said to be. We're thinking of the generation that's ahead of me. So we'll continue to take the earth back for all of us. White, black or brown, well together we should stand up. So what you know about the life of a native? Growing up the generations most hated. Every day my people get discriminated based on the stereotypes you done created. Nowadays you have the audacity to pass us off as a lower class. Nowadays you laugh at us, but now is the day where we finally had enough. From this day forth, now all the days we're standing up.
And in a world where we need to build on mutual respect, it's moving slowly across this country and educating people. So I think there's a time when all racism will be abolished.
Boogie, 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 boogie.
Alright, Boogie. We done killed another one, you know. This shit we speak from the heart, the choices we made. You know, tell them stumbles.
I said, they don't really know the choices that I've made, babe, just to get to where I am, babe. Yeah, I said, they will never know the choices that I've made, babe, just to get to where I am, babe.
I don't do this for a Grammy, I do this for my granny, my mother and my auntie, for the ones who couldn't stand me. You'll never be the reason that I truly made it happy, and I truly regret the day I had to bury daddy. I hope that one day he's there and gets to see me marry the woman of my dreams, cause the misery I carry. And even though I didn't show it, life was really scary. The hardest of them all, a couple friends I had to bury. I lost everything I fucking love. Tell me what you carry, cause the ones who hate lost nothing, dog. And the ones whose faith is above it all. I would never speak these words out in public, bro.
I said, they don't really know the choices that I've made, babe, just to get to where I am, babe. Yeah, I said, they will never know the choices that I've made, babe, just to get to where I am, babe.
I followed this little dream and nothing got in between. Let these fake people speak, fuck them and spin a breeze. Your real friends will stay, the fake ones will leave. Got me 10 toes deep, and I'm still counting sheep. Up a shit's creek, in a city that's cheap. Been to war and old chief, always got a hand in beef. No, I've been through more grief, running with the OGs, always hung with dope trees. Those smell clean, I've been through the dirty laundry. I speak it from the heart, you know I get it on. As much as I've been right, you know I've been it wrong. And I wrote this little song so you can hear it all. And the choices that I made, I had to make a call.
I said, oh, 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 they don't really know, oh, oh, the choices that I've made, just to get to where I am, yeah, I said, oh, 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 they will never know, oh, oh, the choices that I've made, just to get to where I am,
YSNG, ain't nothing but real music on the side. Speaking from the heart, see it with the brain.
You know, as a warrior, we got a code that we live by, right? It's for all my old get you die. Let's go! Calling out them AKs, 4.5s and ARs. Don't be tripping, man, cause you know that we will play hard. This is our country, so these strangers better stay far. Hella loco, man, put you right into that graveyard. Hear us with the battle sounds, fear us on the battlegrounds. Play around, let's gamble around, so much we can handle now. Fighting back became a cause since they started breaking law. Miss Squad, Wabish Kaba, full blood, oh get ya dog. Let the arrows fly, they will carry pride. They will bury times when the warriors collide. I will never run and hide. Creator be my guide for the people that I love. I will fight so they survive. We protect the young, we help them by God. We teach them to love, we raise them in life. I'm bleeding the blood of warrior times, seeking their blood to warrior cries.
I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code. I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code.
Smudge with the brothers, roll up the loud. Never back down, warriors remain proud. Go grab your pistols, shotties and rifles. The death count rising like the American snipers. Beat the drum and a war cry. Fuck with the trap, someone's finna die. I'm medicine man, pray we move unseen. Praise no harm comes over to the team. If you didn't like me then, you won't like me now. Put me a serpent straight in the ground. Why do I think the way I think and do the things I do? I die for any member of my crew, cause I'm the chief and I live for mine. Die for mine, put a blade in your spine. Not scared of prison and no, not death. Mind like crazy horse till my last breath.
I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code. I live the warrior code. I got the warrior code. Protect the young, protect the young. That is the warrior code.
I'ma live by it, I'ma die by it. This code right here won't ride without it. I'm a Winnipeg boy and I'm loud about it. Got the cops hating, who care about it? I stay blessed from these streets. That's that type of love you don't beat. All these real thugs, real G's. That's them same wars you gon' see. On them battlefields we don't run. Black powder banging them guns. My neighbors speaking in tongues. Our elders banging them drums. Now what? Our time has come to show the devil we ain't done. Armageddon has begun. Killing them one by
I
one.
live the warrior code. I got the warrior code.
I've been too stuck to my ways. I've been so out of my place. Yeah, I'm a slave. 500 years it's a race. Shackles and buckles with chains. 500 days. I've been too stuck to my ways. I've been so out of my place. Yeah, I'm a slave. 500 years it's a race. Shackles and buckles, shackles and chains. Bozzy be back. Flex up on a lil just to show 'em where we at. Wait, hey, snotty in fact. Eagles in the sky just to got us on the path. Wait, woo, come and see the vision. Niggas been counting on me, I can feel it. Wait, hey, I'ma go get it. Put that on my mama, niggas really bout his business. Ooh, hey, 500, 300 days. Ancestors held down their chains. Rest to the graves. So for a soul, my goal is to roll out a nigga that craves all of my pain. Roll out a marble, my name is intact. That Skrilla is killer, my niggas stay back. Their choppers be bustin' if you want some slack. I kill for my family, that shit is a fact.
One time for the home down the res road. 2 times for the crew in the city though. Legend has it that creator made an animal. You need know, I'm an animal. 1 time for the home down the res road. 2 times for the crew in the city though. Legend has it that creator made an animal. You need know, I'm an animal. Do your head hang low? Does it wobble to the flow? Creator, tell me when to go. Hell nah, I ain't ashamed of my drum. Fucking mean, bro. I feel it in my soul. You ain't even know. Granddaddy was a real one. Rest in peace to my oh. Cause realize still. Like grandpa, like grandson. Big headed need you for real. Fuck how you feel. Hard not to see us. We came out of left field. Fuck it, mask off in this bitch and reveal a monster. I be going for the kill. Started from nothing to stamps on the passport. Chin up, eyes down at the airport. Spent the summer living out the suitcase. Went from couch suffering to a new wave. 500 years, my people been humble. 500 years, we dealt with the struggle. 500 more years for rolling my youngest. For 500 years, we've been drumming and drumming. Geronimo back, set the bull back. Crazy horseback, Pontiac back. Low key ain't me, let the hair free. Cause I didn't choose my spirit, though my spirit chose me. Whoa. At the back of the plane, hey yeah. Singing John Wayne's teeth, hey yeah. They say go back where you came, hey yeah. I tell them you should do the same, hey yeah. Look, to all my relations, hop a 2 feathers up now. It's a glorious occasion. Welcome to the 7th generation club. What up? 1 time for the home down the res road. 2 times for the crew in the city though. Legend has it that creator made an animal. You need know, I'm an animal. 1 time for the home down the res road. 2 times for the crew in the city though. Legend has it that creator made an animal. You need know, I'm an animal.
Is your drum off white? Is your brakes done tight? Then we gon' be alright. All eyes on me like I'm not a human being. Look, we gon' be alright. I got savage on my chest like Supreme. Savage DNA in my jeans. Crater rolls everything around me cream. I'ma be alright with my team. Yeah, Crater take the wheel, man, I'm going in. Res rip, res chick, res accent. I got 4 boy ambitions, that was back then. Now I'm in the winner's bracket paying taxes. Cause a stairway to heaven isn't really made of gold. No church in a while, so Crater made an animal. I'm thankful as fuck, I got both palms up, now my hands are full. We labeled as savage, your label is native. We make it, you make it, the future First Nations. Thank the creator for all of these favors. Minay on the radar, we finally famous. No time for vacation, the penthouse is vacant. Dream catchers, meat chasers, I'm off reservation. My neighbor's Caucasian, excuse my behavior, I can't even help it. I'm snotty by nature. From minor to major, my brave's getting braver. Minay to the grave, put that in a waiver. I've run out of patience, I can't even fake it. Man, we the new raiders, we want it, we take it. Protect your location from nation to nation, where everything's sacred from cedar to raven. Curators, curations, my ancient relations, and we the replacements. Goddamn, it's amazing. They've been praying for my downfall. Pray the day never comes up. Dark night in the Ville. Creator made an animal.
Hell nah, we won't go, boy. Welcome here to my side. I'm from the people of the snow, boy. That mean I thrive in the wintertime. Yeah, I'm what they call a savage kid. My family tree is bigger than the Old and New Testament. I put a fist up. That's word they calling Kaepernick. Somebody gotta stand for it. Tell them who you want. So beware, we black snake killers. Blackfish, I've been a killer. We're the ones you can't get rid of. Sound familiar? Yeah, long hair, that Ric Flair. Nature boy from the village. GE for Billy, Billy. You see, I don't rock and roll. Nah, I stand and rock. Yeah. I think there's something in the water. Here's some food for thought. Is it really a felony for wanting my water clean? Expect us not to rage against the machine. Ain't moving like Rosa P. Nope. You know why? Cause this dream catcher ain't catching your pipe dream. Word. Look what happened to Flynn. No disrespect, but the same thing happens to village kids that sip water from the tap and are dying to live from the cancer it gives. Where's the state of emergency for them? I don't know. Act like you know the story. Broken treaties, unholy matrimony. One nation, under the creator, homie. All my relations, many with Choni. Warriors, come out and play. Officers, we're here to stay. Put a fist to the sky if you ride with me. As long as I'm alive, I'll stand for this.
They be greasing their hands, shitting on our people while they're stacking their bands. While they say we all equal, they don't look at us as people, all they see is our land. Believe in the cedar, we can leave it to beaver. True, don't motherfucker, man, we need a real leader. Middle fingers to the colorblind, no disrespect, but if you don't see color, you don't see me neither. Step in line, man. We invited Uncle Sam, copper shields held high, we'll be fine, fam. Yeah, we ready for war, don't cross the line in the sand. You'll be lying in the sand, boy, I die for my land, real talk. Look, I stand with the warriors. This land is who we are, we can't let you destroy us. Until the people said, yo, bro, they can employ us. Look, man, it's not like I haven't noticed.
Hey, Quentin, I work for Tender Morgan, your apprenticeship of heavy-duty mechanic. But we are looking, if you're interested, give me a call back as soon as possible. Thank you, bye.
To replay this message, press 1. To go to the message deleted. You have no more messages.
Tiny house, what up? If water is life, please fill me a cup so I can spill it on your face and wake a dumbass up. Enough is enough, numb nuts, wake up. Yo, fuck Kinder Morgan, here's a Kinder surprise. Indigenous resistance, man, we got 9 lives. We put a life on the line, not a lifeline. I'll be damned if I see another broken pipeline.
Warriors, come out and play. Officers, we're here to stay. Put a fist to the sky if you ride with me. As long as I'm alive, I'll stand for this.
If the unceded land is your home, put your fist up, cousin, put your fist up. If you like your water clean, you ain't alone. Put your fist up, cousin, put your fist up. You know we're ready for war, we in a zone. Put your fist up, cousin, put your fist up. If you die for your land, let me know. Put your fist up, cousin, put your fist.
Warriors, come out and play. Officers, we're here to stay.
I got some natives and here's what they telling me. They'd rather be selling D or committing some felonies than be out to this praying. Cause to them that be hella weak. Cause we should beat them cats who did this shit to us until they bleed. Fell asleep at the wheel. From here on smoking weed and pills. And everybody else I'm praying hope for people we should kill. Strength is kept as a secret. Cause people, they ain't really doubt us. Singing dance of power now and then keep it up in the houses. What you afraid of? Our natives of dying slow. So scared we hit the easiest target and fight our own. But go ahead and come after me, cause I'm after them. But first, go out to look around and see what's still happening. Cause I can't watch these kids die and then lie like I give a fuck and not do a fucking thing, but lie down like I given up. So get a gun if you ready. We gripping on the machete. For anybody involved, we got a problem forgetting where you at. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front lines, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front lines, walking with the dead. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all.
We stay running, gunning, bucking for the struggle, scrapping for our dignity till we bloody up these knuckles. Our protectors got power flowing like an ancient stream. Yeah, they be ghosting violators like it's the fucking routine. Now this savage path to freedom might be seeming extreme, but I ain't losing one more soul to the boozer amphetamine. See, when I was a youngster, almost lost my fucking mind. Didn't recognize my purpose, didn't value this life. Propaganda almost had me convinced I was worthless, but if I kill myself, I'd just be doing them a service. We can never live free while this land remains stolen. Concrete muffles the earth, so it's like her breath she be holding. We can't breathe until she breathes, so you know how we be rolling. Civilization brought the illness, rebel vengeance brings the realness. Inflict damage on the cracker till the lungs are puffing shallow. We don't miss a single target when we aiming from the shadows.
Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front lines, walking with the dead. Where you motherfuckers been? We on the front lines, walking with the dead. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all.
Know where you need to be. That this ain't living free. I could hear it every time you scream. I could hear it every time you cry. You know which people got to die. Show me your warfare. Dripped up in war paint.
I got turquoise on my red. We them bougie natives. 5 rings up on my fist. We them bougie natives. Big hat with the brand. We them bougie natives. Got that custom made bling. We them bougie natives. New city, new sweet grass, new sage. We them bougie natives. Pour my knowledge in my brain. We them bougie natives. New city, new sweet grass, new sage. We them bougie natives. You can holler at my name.
Look, Snow Goonie from the boonies, not the type you see in movies. Felt the spirit living through me since I was a puny dookie. Nietzsche, looky, how I get low when I boogie. Don't mind me some goody goodies. I'm Nate and bougie. My wifey be the wolf and I'm the wolf that's from the sea. And she no Pocahontas, more like Buffy Saint Marie. Come do your dance with me. I dip, you dip, we dip. No, it ain't blasphemy. I sip, you sip, we sip with Nisi cut. I stand and rock with all my suit without the roosters. Me and bro came out the womb. Nietzsche 1 and Nietzsche 2. We very indigenous people. We some VIPs. I'm a blood thicker than Ulick Grease. Nietzsche, please sing your song. This my jam. Got my fam all going ham for the land, not the gram. Statement that is who I am. We choose copper over gold. Praise the elders. I remember what I'm told. Never turn your back on home. We them bougie natives.
I got turquoise on my red.
We them bougie natives.
5 rings up on my fist.
We them bougie natives.
Big hat with the brand.
We them bougie natives. natives. Got that custom made bling. We them bougie natives. New city, new sweet grass, new sage. We them bougie natives. Pour my knowledge in my brain. We them bougie natives. New city, new sweet grass, new sage. We them bougie natives. You can holla at my name.
Hey ho, can't you tell them woke? The smoke shop is closed, can you tell your boy it's dope? Man, I'm spinning like I made it, and I'm smudging cause I'm broke again. Always running late, I hope the liquor store is open. I got carvers, weavers, beaters, and designers on my team. I got braiders, hella famous that I'm signing to my team. In my limousine, gonna look steezy next to my Digi Queen. Yeah, that's my most I know ballers, I know chiefs, I know riders from the east. I know educated natives down to picket in the streets. Middle fingers to police, fuck you, we come in peace. I know red skin hippies that be giving me the creeps. I know beauty, I know beach, I know savages and freaks. And I know a couple cousins even bougier than me. No, ain't elite, bougie native, yes indeed. Art exhibit to the club, and we roll it 20 deep. Copper on my neck, gold on my ring, feather on my hat, skin stitched chin. 100 warriors on my back, they be drumming when I sing. Man, there ain't no way around it. I'm a
bougie native.
I got turquoise on my wrist.
We them bougie natives.
5 rings up on my fist.
We them bougie natives.
Big hat with the brim.
We them bougie natives.
Got that custom made bling.
We them bougie natives.
New city, new sweet grass, new sage.
We them bougie natives.
Pour my knowledge in my brain.
We them bougie natives.
New city, new sweet grass, new sage.
We them bougie natives.
You can holla at my name.
My fans said that I changed when I came home from that range. I done put up with a lot, I ain't never gonna stop, but I'm still walking through my dark days. Been down and out, through a rock in a hard place. Now they say I changed though. Gotta put up with the rain if I want that rainbow. I roll the dice, hit a 7 or 11, I'm hitting hard, it's like hotels on boardwalk in that park place. And I don't care cause my life's gonna change, I'm about to leave that shit behind. No more throwing gang signs, I'm trying to live my life right now. I'm gonna long for the ride, just staying out of my mind. I'm about to roll through with them hooligans, roll through so foolish. Them black boys with them toolies. My mama told me, my daddy told me, that I'd never be nothing but a motherfucking thug. I was up to no good, ain't nobody told lies, but I pull it from the book. Everybody wanna get at me and hate, but I'm really all good. Still in my game, still feel pain, still do my thing any way I can. Still take chances to be the man. I'm hit it real hard, grand slam. Cause there ain't no life in the pro-life. All I know is wrong, I don't really know.
Ain't no life, yeah, in the moonlight. That's why I take chances like I roll dice. And even though I read my Bible, keep my eyes on the prize like it show my fire. Still want money, women, and more. Ain't no life, yeah, in the moonlight. That's why I take chances like I roll dice. And even though I read my Bible, keep my eyes on the prize like it show my fire. Still want money, women, and more. My fans said that I've changed, guess I was tired of living poor. Took a trip around the world, then Brooklyn knew he wanted more. I had these hunger pains, so I rearranged like Van Damme in Bloodsport. It was me or them, and I choose me, and they never held that torch. Can't help that most of us dangerous. Normal society can't phase us. Can't have a conversation with these white people, they racist. Try to judge us all, and they hope we fall, and I smile right in your faces. Getting jail time will erase the mind in a body full of hatred. Tired of pushing packs and those kilos, but I miss making those C-notes. Wasn't always like this on the block, but I got whatever you need though. When that beat fly off, I'm the first one popping off on torpedoes. Shouldn't gamble with my life. What happened to Pesci off a casino? Send me to the hospital, cause Brooklyn, he wanted the illest. Let that bitch sizzle in the pan, mushroom tops up on that skillet. If you got the keep my eyes on the prize like a sugar Wi-Fi. Still want money, women, and more. Ain't no life, yeah, in the full life. That's why I take chances like I roll dice. And even though I read my Bible, keep my eyes on the prize like a sugar Wi-Fi. Still want money, women, and more. Ain't no life, yeah, in the full life. That's why I take chances like I roll dice. And even though I read my Bible, keep my eyes on the prize like a sugar Wi-Fi. Still want money, women, and more.
Been but wrong, forgive me. Forgive me, I guess I grew up wrong. I'll be this way my whole life long. Forgive me, the streets where I call my home, and I don't know nothing but wrong. Forgive me, what we do, we don't talk about it, speak about it, 'cause it's my life. Forgive me, I'm never on my own, 'cause if the most ain't with me, I got my wrongs.
Forgive me for my sins, I was only trying to win. I'm trying to come clean, but tell me, where do I begin? It's been a long time on the ground, my soul is thin. I'm drowning pain with the liquor, I'm always on a binge. Mama raised me right, but I chose to do the wrong. I'm stuck up in the same spot, my people moving on. Some are gone, their memories is what keep me strong. I'd rather die trying to be a king to live upon. But Richard, Aggie, and Ricky, my family to the end. No matter what happens in this life, you some true friends. Never forget the good times and forgive the bad. I'm thankful for my brothers and sisters, plus mom and dad. But this is my life, I'ma push it to the limits. I live by the code, never will I be a witness. Infected by greed, affected by the sickness. There ain't no way out, so just pray for forgiveness.
Forgive me, I guess I grew up wrong. I'll be this way my whole life long. Forgive me, the streets where I call my home, and I don't know nothing but wrong. Forgive me, what we do, we don't talk about it, speak about it, 'cause it's my life. Forgive me, I'm never on my own, 'cause if the most ain't with me, I got my wrongs. Forgive me,
Lord, forgive me for these wrongs that I did, all these hearts that I broke. I was only a kid, I grew up as a bully, I was always that big. I was always on the run, always chased by pigs. I grew up in this lifestyle, didn't know no better. On these streets it was either bandanas or leather. I knew early in the game the lifestyle that I lived. I get love from my city, all the shit that I did. I'm a soldier and a monster and I feel no fear. Got a gun, go on pointed, I'll stand right here. The streets got me hungry, I'm eating like an animal, beasting on the mic, eating like a cannibal. Yeah, I come from Canada, hood rich, can we damage ya? Come to my city, disrespecting you can handle, bruh. Now that's real talk, blood thick, syrup dark. I seen it my whole life, for sure I grew up real hard.
Forgive me, I guess I grew up wrong. I'll be this way my whole life long. Forgive me, the streets where I call my home, and I don't know nothing but wrong. Forgive me, what we do, we don't talk about it, speak about it, 'cause it's my life. Forgive me, I'm never on my own, 'cause if the most ain't with me, I got my wrongs. Forgive me,
Yeah, you for all my wrongs, all my sins, the way
I used to treat my moms. I missed the birth of my son. I forgot how to love. I've screamed, I've yelled at the top of my lungs. Heaven nowhere to run, heaven nowhere to hide. I did so many years in jail, just wasting my time. And while I brought it inside, a man is what I had to find. Embracing for face design, I'm racing against the time. I'm telling them in this letter, I've been through the stormy weather. Got John C. Brooklyn and Feta, just trying to make something better. No matter, we keep our heads up. The title is good, fellas. We breaking out the umbrellas. My little girl is in heaven. No matter what they gon' tell me, I've been riding on the block with some memories, circling non-stop to meet my enemies. People keep dying on these cold streets. These cold streets. Forgive me, I guess I grew up wrong. I'll be this way my whole life long. Forgive me, the streets where I call my home, and I don't know nothing but wrong. Forgive me, what we do, we don't talk about it, speak about it, but it's my life. Forgive me, I'm never on my own, 'cause if the most ain't with me, I got my clones. Forgive me.
You reached Iliano. Leave a message after the beep.
Hey my love, I just wanted to call and tell you that I love you. Can you please answer? We're all worried. I love you, baby.
About you from day to day. Hurts me just to say your name. Better yet, to see your face. Forget about it and get blank. Staring at your picture that I took with you from back in the day. Wish you was here 'cause it ain't the same. Stuck on down that memory lane. Standing in the cold underneath the rain. I hide my tears 'cause you're gone away. Stand here now when I'm at your way. Nobody gon' know what I hide inside. You can break my bike, but I'm still gon' ride. 'Cause where I'm from, the sun don't shine. Never gon' stop till the day I die.
I call your name and get no reply. On these streets looking to the sky. Tears like rain and I can't deny. My heart's in pain but I'm looking fine. Feeling weak, so sad you're gone. Wish I could have you here at home. See your face and watch you grow. Tie your shoes and wipe your nose. Buy you food and buy you clothes. You and your sister keep it close. Read your books, be the man that cooks. Hugs and kisses, angel looks. Keep you safe from fucking crooks. See you smile like an open book, but that just can't be, there's different plans. God wanted you to hold his hand.
Every day I feel this pain. I miss you. Yeah, yeah. Every day I feel this pain. I miss you. Yeah, yeah.
Full of pain, lose your fam. Miss my pop, but it ain't the same. Close my eyes, it seemed like yesterday. He was here with me and my pops. Grandpa's gone, that's who we lost. Got my brothers, I love my sisters, I love my mom, and I hold it down. Got my label, they see me now. Love my fans, and you hear me now. Do my thing, and I'm doing it now.
Sitting back and I'm doing my thing every single day. I'm living, I got my ups and downs. My family's tripping, got me thinking. Feels like my mind is always spinning. Got respect and love to my pops and my mother, and I'll always be there for my sisters and my brothers. My grandma was always there, and for that I gotta thank you. My grandpa doesn't like me cause he thinks I'm a little too gangster. High energy, I'm independent, that be me. I speak on a beat so y'all can hear me even when my time's up and it's the end of my journey.
Every day I feel this pain. I miss you, yeah, yeah. Every day I feel this pain. I miss you, yeah, yeah.
te oma ki a yomi ana hene. A te na me chi omi ana hene yoa. A shinya che ye lo. Wa ne wa chi ye lo. A te oma ki a yo. Wa ne wa chi ye lo. A te oma ki a yo. Wa ne wa chi ye lo. A te ana hene yo. Which on 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 chakoki hello no mawachi ano mene which on which on which on which on chakoki hello no mawachi ano mene o shemanayo 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 wane wachi ano aine yo wakata kanayo o shemanayo o shemanayo o shemanayo o shemanayo wane wachi ano aine yo which on 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 chakoki hello no mawachi ano mene which on which on which on which on which on chakoki hello no mawachi ano which on 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 chakoki hello no mawachi ano mene which on which on which on which on which on chakoki hello no mawachi ano mene which on
Hey, thank you for the follow, DJ Nadian. Awesome, cool. Welcome in, Cola. This is normally what you would hear when you follow.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
One world, one people, one tribe, one tribe. What I know, we are one. What I know, no, we are one.
It all starts with the people. One people, we stand all together, one voice saying yes we can. Each one, reach one till we pull ourselves up, cause we all one fam. From the rest to the block, to the Perry, to the Rock, we connect that love. Cause the people with power feel the power of the people when we stand as one.
I got you stuck off the realness. We be indigenous, you heard of us. Max Heaven, the murderer, spreading the love with the water and earth. And the stand against hate, gotta know what the purpose is. We rise, the climate is changing, the signs of the times. It's time to start praying. Pray for the world and community. Prayers are more powerful when we're in unity.
What I know, we are one. What I know, no, we are one.
Woke up today, hungry for a change, new path to take. Can't stay the same, it's been too long. Pointing out who's right or wrong, can you hear me out? All we need is a little bit of love. Take time to heal and it starts with us. Hand in hand, I put my trust in one world, reunite, it's a must. Hold on to hope, we can overload. We can break the code with a single note. Sing out for the world to hear that our time is now, no more for tears. I looked into my son's eyes, a new day in a new light. Lift the veil and dwell so peaceful. Come together, one world, one people.
What I know, we are one. What I know, no, we are one. 'Cause who you are is who I am. We all bleed the same blood, yeah. Hey. We all bleed the same blood, yeah.
We got beautiful differences, let me give you a peek. Over 500 tribes, but we all unique. And if we could not compete to eat, nothing could beat us. Jealousy is more dangerous than diabetes. See this unity? Imagine what it looked like. You would think we would do whatever it took, right? I would do anything for this good life. We could do anything if we unite. Come on.
Young native, you are my savior. Say your prayer for our inspiration. From the block to your reservation. Any color, all my relations. From the basement, worldwide invasion. Every day we're painting our faces. Fighting back but learning our language. Dancing our dances, saying our prayers.
What I know, we are one. What I know, no, we are one. We only got one world. We only got one world. We only got one world. Yeah. All we got is one voice, one choice, one earth, one love, one birth. One life to live. One life to live, yeah.
One people, we stand all together, one voice saying yes we can. Each one, reach one till we pull ourselves up, cause we all one fam. From the rest of the block to the Perry to the Rock, we connect that love. Cause the people with power feel the power
power of the people when we stand as one.
What I know, we are one. What I know, we are one. What I know, we are one. We
They call it a pipeline, but those on the front lines know that black snake was sent for us to grow, to shed the skin our ancestors pray, of wounds old and calloused, so that we may stay, so that we may unite, unity our tool. No weapons are found in this court of rule. Men becoming ki'ais, steadfast in their guard, protecting women's hearts as their song become roots, roots to cast out healing for all sentient beings, to honor sacred mother, heart forward we heal. The salmon will run, the Mauna will breathe, the rivers will flow. The rainbow is here and prophecy tells us all generations will hear.
Stand up with the First Nations and our people that been living here for thousands of years. Stand up. We've been fighting for our freedom since the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Maria. Stand up. Like Geronimo, Sitting Bull, Red Cloud, Crazy Horse, Leonard Peltier. Stand up. Now they poisoning the waters for our sons and our daughters, so we on the frontier. We won. One nation, one cause, one people, one tribe. Now it's us against the pipeline. Get on your feet for Standing Rock, and we'll show you how strong we could be when we unify.
To all my native people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my tribal people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my native people, to all the original people, to all my indigenous people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up.
From the beginning we was winning this game on planet Earth. It's been spinning, we've been living and dying, but giving birth the first of many nations. Celebrating them days when all that got made came after what God made. These days we cater to these internet memes, internet streams. It seems them streams aren't clean. We need the whole story seen where hassling before water has gasoline in it. Malcolm X moment, Martin Luther King with a dream and war boning. Wounded knee plus Alcatraz doggone it. This is for the rock with prayers we stand on it.
Oh yeah, we playing on it, the earth we camp on it. In a sweat lodge singing our songs with grandfathers. Heat rocks all in the spot, we splash on them with a beatbox from my boy, we jam on it. Said a prayer for the black snake killers. Praying on the front lines, they you're the realest. Stand for your people, stand for your family. Stand with Standing Rock, stand for humanity. Hey.
It takes a group of people who actually care about, Mother Earth and life and water being sacred and the land being sacred to say, we stand up.
To all my native people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my tribal people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my native people, to all the original people, to all my indigenous people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up.
Net a wapper sa cat, chikatala, dagolan, dagwa, the shutala, dilup, the lap, oh chiptala.
Mini Wachoni, water is life.
Mini Wachoni.
Water is life.
Water is life. Water is life.
Water is life.
I stand with Standing Rock. I stand with Standing Rock.
I stand with Standing Rock. Stand up. Stand up.
Stand up. Stand up.
I stand with Standing Rock. Stand up.
To all my native people, woke up the giant, we won't go quiet. To all my tribal people, don't mistake our peace as we stand defiant. To all my native people,
It's the calm before the storm, and I can hear it coming. To all my tribal people, I'm ready for the battle when we ain't running. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand it rock, stand it rock. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Stand it rock, stand it rock.
Standing rock where standing feet as history is on a sad repeat. Is it liberty or we just acting free as our land depletes from these hands of greed? See, fate is found, how we face the hounds. Take a vow for these sacred grounds. Make a sound that'll shake them out. Say aloud what can save us now. What can save us now? Stand up.
How are you?
Back with you on Off the Hook Radio.
It's DJ Buddha Blaze. You know, electric powwow is going on tonight.
That's right, a tribe called Red. Are you going to check them out? Give me a call.
Let me know. Let's get into the latest from nation to
Nation. This is Sisters.
He's had a lifelong culture shock with him, but takes to it well and thrives on it.
Hey
Wonka tonka tonka shera. Wonka tonka tonka shera. Beda maya yero heo. Shanu pa wonka ta my uncle ero heo. Beda maya yero heo. Wecho zane wa my uncle ero. Beda maya ye. Beda maya yero heo. Wonka tonka tonka shera. Wonka tonka tonka shera. Veda maya yero heo. Shanu pa wonka cha my uncle ero heo. Veda maya yero heo. Ocho zane wa my uncle ero. Veda maya ye. Veda maya yero heo. Yes. Beautiful. How's everyone doing? How's it going? What's up? What's happening? What's shaking? I'll live, Dilla. I've lived through so much shit. I'll live. Oha. Huh. You know who I haven't rated? Is Stark Ravings. I haven't rated them in a while. I don't think I've even really rated them. Maybe once or twice. Maybe. Thank you, Hildy and Della. On that note, being the sisters have now told me to rest and don't go too long, it's been like a little over a 6-hour stream. Damn. So, this is a dear friend of mine, Stark Ravings. She does a lot of medical profession things. She's also in the leftist community. She's also, I think, like a counselor of some kind or whatever. So, you know, show some love, show some respect, you know. So her a follow if you haven't followed her yet. Chat, thank you for visiting Las Vegas. Yes, yes, very true. So everybody please join in to the raid, and y'all have yourself a great day, and love y'all. Stay safe. Always grow? Yes. We'll see you soon.